But hats off to our guys for being some tough-ass sons of bitches.
This will be the very last time I will ever make this kind of video, okay? This will be the last time I will ever address this. The Oregon Ducks are going to win a national championship! We are! It might not be this year, it might not be next year, but one day we will! We will win! Whether you like it or not.
Official theme of Barra Morton. If nothing else, official theme of him. Aye. Alright.
To win, you gotta not lose.
Ain't that for certain. Alrighty then. Good day, everybody. Hope you guys are having a fantastic start to your new current year, 2026. I can't believe we made it this far, huh? Really can't. By the time we hit this year's December, it'll be 10 years of Tardaria, which is absolutely crazy to think about. Looking forward to that. But yeah, hope you guys are having a great start to the new year. If you're an Ohio State fan or now a Texas Tech fan, you certainly aren't. This is further proof that money doesn't buy you all the happiness. It buys you some, as we've seen with Texas Tech winning the Big 12. But the moment they finally met up in the playoffs, guess what? They met with even competition, and the even competition took care of business. To be honest, I sort of expected this because this is a new thing for Texas Tech. When's the last time the Red Raiders have competed in something that substantial? It's been a very long time. Very long time. All they know is mid, because up until now, they've never had a defense. Now, they have a defense. But in order to get that defense, guess what? They had to sacrifice the offense. The offense is an absolute disaster. It was a disaster all throughout this game. 4 turnovers. 4 dadgum turnovers. Baron Morton just had a dadgum terrible day against this Oregon defense. This wasn't even a competition. It was more over just Baron Morton and this poor Texas Tech offense just getting embarrassed. Because that's literally what it was. Jacoby Williams did whatever he could, but they can never finish even with the 50-yarder he had earlier. It's never enough. They just kept punching themselves in the foot. They don't have a quarterback and a wide receiver core substantial enough to get them past anywhere. It was just never meant to be. They needed something a little more spectacular on offense, and they just never got it. Oregon didn't play all that good on offense either. Dante Moore did just enough, though, to get them into that spot. But moreover, this was a game about the defense. And despite Texas Tech having a substantially incredible defense, which they do, Texas Tech is a really good defense. If their offense was worth anything, any capacity, this would have absolutely been a much more competitive game. However, they couldn't do anything. I mean, this is the same offense where, they got outplayed by the return of Sam Leavitt. It was just never meant to be. So, with that being said, now the question remains, is a first-round bye a bad thing? Because now first-round bye teams are about to go 0 for 6. 0 for 6. If Alabama does what I think they'll do and somehow manages to miraculously pull out a dub against Indiana, that might be the thing that changes the playoffs again. Because then they'll be 0 for 7. It'll be up to the mouse at that point. But yeah, moreover, this was just the fact that Oregon has been in this position before. They've got a chip on their shoulder heading into this one. Because it was last year, where Oregon got absolutely eviscerated by Ohio State in the quarterfinals. I think they got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder heading into it this time. Moreover, both teams have a loss. But, when you watch both of these teams play, it was pretty obvious one overall was stronger on offense than the other. Just the reality of the situation. Texas Tech, throughout the majority of the year, did exactly what was expected of them. Let the defense do most of the work, while the offense just cruised their way past every competition that they played. Same thing happened with BYU. Even with the best teams that they played, like BYU, the defense did all the work. Then the offense would come in, do a few things. They literally did the bare minimum. And they blew out everybody they played because of it. So, to me, it was just never meant to be. That's not me saying, the Big 12 sucks or the Big 12 ain't no good competition. It's just that Texas Tech's defense was so good that it turned the offense into what's now been a liability. Especially since I don't think Baron Morton was nowhere near a playoff caliber quarterback. He wasn't last year, and he certainly wasn't this year. Being said, he has a phenomenal defense, so credit to Texas Tech for getting to this point. I'll say this is further than I expected Texas Tech to be a first-round bye in the college football playoffs and winning the Big 12. I didn't think they'd get that far. I knew they'd get far because that team was way too talented not to. Just wasn't enough to get them all the way to the promised land. Tough break for the Red Raider fans. Tosh Lupoi masterclass. Yeah, Tosh Lupoi had himself a hell of an offseason. Because the Oregon defense is an absolute monster. Always has been, and it certainly is going into this playoff stretch. But daggum. Big shame for Texas Tech. Ay. Once again, the Big 12 will lose immediately as they enter the playoff spot. Just like Arizona State. Couldn't do anything. Ay. A team that had a bye has still not won a CFP playoff game. Watch out, Indiana and Georgia. Well, they're the favorites in that game. But again, as we've seen, that hasn't stopped anybody. Miami was the biggest underdog in the playoffs. And they pulled out a big one over Ohio State last night, as we all saw. So that, I mean, if that's the testament to what's awaiting going forward, then oh boy. I'd like it. Not for the sake that Alabama will win, but that it would be because the mouse loses. Because now, since my team's not in there, since my team isn't playing, the next best thing is rooting against the mouse. If Indiana wins, Squid, does it make Ohio State's loss even funnier? Potentially so. But with Oregon winning, that doesn't mean Indiana's carrying the Big Ten quite yet. If Oregon goes down in the semifinals and Indiana makes a national championship, then yeah, then it would be really funny because that means the Hoosiers are carrying the Big Ten. And that right there would have been absolutely hilarious. Indiana's going to win. Kirby Mouse is going to lose. Hope you're right. I'd argue Texas Tech was more disappointing than the Sun Devils were because most people thought Arizona State shouldn't have had that bye to begin with. Well, it was that. Plus, they are a massive underdog going into that game. They were a massive underdog to Texas, and they played their hearts out, took them into overtime, and had it not been for the worst defensive coverage on that fourth down, they would have won. They would have beat Texas and gone to the semifinals. So Arizona, it's no secret, Arizona State put up a way better fight in the playoffs than Texas Tech did. They're going to get donutted here against this Oregon defense. So it looks like we can officially, well, not yet. I'll wait. They've got one more play to run. They're on fourth down, so I don't know what they'll do, but the game's basically over. It's been over, but it's over. This is why it's not the Three Kings Conference. Oh, yeah, no. I can't think of a video that aged worse than that. Yeah, because I've gotten so many comments about it. I've gotten so many comments on that video, starting when Penn State lost to UCLA. I mean, it just never stopped. I'm telling you what, this aged pretty bad. Yeah, thanks. Never would have guessed had it not been for your jurisdiction there, Einstein. Okay, now that's just adding insult to injury. Jordan Davidson, 1 yard rushing touchdown. Oregon is going to make this look a little bit worse than it otherwise was. Because now it's a blowout. Insult to injury. Thanks for coming out, Texas Tech. You certainly tried. We'll give you credit for that. Ay. This is the closest Oregon has been in a long time of actually managing to win the national championship. A lot of people thought this was going to be a season where one team who hasn't won a natty is going to be able to pull it off. And now we're going to be heading to the CFP semifinals where one hasn't won it since 2001, over 20 years ago, and then this one hasn't won it ever in the history of history. If Indiana holds, that'll be another one. That'll be another one that hasn't won anything of anything. And then we'll just need Ole Miss to do their part, and we'll have the perfect college football playoff semifinal. A college football playoff with 4 underdogs playing in the semifinals, that's a pretty fun scenario right there. I love Dane Lanning. Yeah, Dane Lanning, I had a feeling he was going to win this one only because he's been in here before. He knows what to expect. Plus, they got the tune-up game to get all the woes out of the way. He had all that going for him. Texas Tech, get out. That's right. I'm waiting until the game's officially over to play the soundbite, but yeah. With my luck, it's going to be Bama versus Georgia. Yeah, oh my goodness. That would suck. This is literally going to turn out like last year's Super Bowl. Either we get 2 underdogs and 2 fan bases that people actually like, or we're going to get hell. And last year in the NFL, with the Super Bowl, that's exactly what that scenario was, and it's going to be hell, more than likely. But anyway, that's it. Oregon Ducks take the throne over Texas Tech. They win the Capital One Orange Bowl. They will also be moving on to the CFP semifinals. The winner of Alabama versus Indiana will be their competition. Who will it be? Yet to be determined. We're going to find out today on stream, though. And for Texas Tech, we can officially tell you, too, time to get out. It's been time to get out, but yeah, get out, get out. Yeah, that was terrible. That was terrible. Thanks, Texas Tech, for showing up. Take your certification of mediocrity and don't come back. They might not be back. Remember, they put all their bananas. They put everything they had into this roster. Everything. All the money, all the funding, it all was on this. So, they might not be back next year, because think about all the players that are getting ready to go to the draft or hit the portal or whatever else. This is the culture you build, after all. Josef Stalin, thank you very much for the 2, says, I know us Aggies got clowned, but at least we scored. That's true. You did at least score a point. This is terrible. Reality was, Texas Tech never had a playoff caliber offense. More than good enough to win the Big 12 because of your defense and how good they played. You know, as long as Joey Maguire had a J-Rod in there, everything was going to go his way. Because Jacob Rodriguez was basically Ruben Bain. He was going to eviscerate any single offensive line that he went up against. Problem was, the offense wasn't enough. Just wasn't. Makes me wonder what it would have looked like had they gone up against Ohio State. Maybe Texas Tech would have come out in that one too. Who knows? Who comes out of the Big 12 next? Well, BYU's been around. I'm sure the Bears going to be back next year, so BYU could be the contender to go and get beat in the first round. Or Houston. Or anybody else for that matter. There's really no telling. Joel Sheet, thank you very much for the 2, says, excited for Tennessee, Georgia Tech, home and home. Oh, that's going to be fun. I'm going to try to make it to Atlanta. I'm going to try and make it to that game next year. I want to go to Bobby Dodd next season to watch that one. We'll see if we can make it happen. Yeah, this is definitely going to be remembered like TCU against Georgia. It's going to be remembered like that. Biggest game in your program history, and it wounds up with you just getting wiped out. You just particle accelerated off of the face of the earth. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, now let's not go that far now. But Tulane and James Madison are better than Texas Tech. Let's not go that far. Tulane and James Madison are exactly the type of cannon fodder that would be in the Big 12 that Jacob Rodriguez could feast on for 60 minutes. It's how they got here to begin with. So to their credit, it gave them their first... This is not a failure of a season for Texas Tech. If nothing else, they won the Big 12 for the first time in forever. Texas Tech has never won the Big 12 until this year, so if nothing else, they've got that going for them, but that's it. That's it. Yeah, Barry Morton is not good. He wasn't good last year either. Back when Texas Tech didn't have that type of offense, didn't have all those elite defenders. They had their usual mid to terrible defense, and it brought them to an 8-5 season. Think about this for a second. This time last year, Texas Tech was getting beat down on the big stage by Pig Time. Pig Time. So, I mean, this season was no doubt a success. No matter which way you look at it, no matter which way you look at this playoff game, this was a successful year for the Red Raiders. Just stinking it up in the playoffs is going to make a lot of people think differently about that. All right. Lucian Page, thank you for the 2, says, Roll Tide. Or as I like to say, if we win, can we get Saban back? Brother, he ain't coming back. Sorry. If Indiana holds on and wins today, there's only one Nick Saban that's coaching right now, and it's Kirk Cignetti. But that's if they hold. So we're down to our last 2 semifinal games. Of course, Bama, Indiana getting ready to start up here in 30 minutes. And then tonight at 8, Ole Miss, Georgia. Wow, yeah. They're showing the amount of first half points scored by the first round bye teams in the playoffs. Out of the 6 teams that got first round byes, I think it says no more than like 20. Between 6 teams, no less than 30 points scored in the first half between 6 teams. My goodness. Yeah, if Indiana or Georgia doesn't win today, or if they both lose, you already know the playoff committee is getting ready to switch things up. It may not be a year 1 impact, but I guarantee you they're going to be discussing some change. Yo, man, Connor, appreciate the 2, says Guandong Gilbert is still our kicker, by the way. Yeah, not happy about it. Not happy about it at all. But you knew that was going to be. If Guangdong Gilbert hits the portal, that means Heupel is proven wrong. And you know he ain't going to let that happen. You know he ain't going to let that happen. Heupel dare not be wrong about anything. Well, the FBS report's going to be interesting. I'll tell you that much. First time in the history of the FBS report that we're coming off of losses for both our teams. That's going to be fun. That's going to be real good. Ole Miss and Georgia will be cinema. I hope so. There's some people thinking that since Kiffin left, Ole Miss is just a useless team now. That Lane Kiffin left. There goes all their talent. Yep, they're not doing anything now. Damn it, Tennessee should have beaten Georgia. Well, Heupel and clock management, plus Guangdong Gilbert, made sure that was not the case. And even if we did, all it would have meant was Georgia gets a first round and probably plays better today than they otherwise would. It doesn't do us any good other than saying, oh, we beat Georgia. the Crimson and White team will win the Rose Bowl this year. What? Hey, next thing you're gonna tell me is that there's gonna be a team winning a game today. Oh boy. At least Tech is a top 25 recruiting class. That's true. No, this year was either a big time flash in the pan for Texas Tech, or it's going to be known as the year that helps propel them forward as a program, not just as a team, but as a literal program. Because that's the best way this goes, is that they're able to get a decent recruiting class out of this, have another good year next season, which propels them forward, propels their team forward. Because TCU, who was in this position a couple of years ago, blown out by Georgia, they lose a lot of their talent, not able to recuperate next year. They go out and lose to Deion Sanders in his first game and come short of a bowl game. And now here we are 3 years later, and all they are is a big buck and a mid. Still good enough to beat Lincoln Riley, but big buck and a mid all the same. So that, to me, this goes one of two ways for the Red Raiders. Either they go right back to being that mid, or they stick around for a while. We'll find out in due time. FBS is going to be a screaming match about who suffered more. Yeah, for just this week, I'll give it to Red. Since we were never in competition for a title, they were, and most Ohio State fans thought they had this one in the bag. Like they were such big, heavy favorites. Miami they have Carson Beck. They're terrible. All they have is Reuben Bain, but we have Caleb Downs, so therefore he's better. They spent all week kind of shitting all over the SEC and all of their collapses, thinking that they were just going to swing on by and be just fine. Well, guess what? That's not how it worked out. So I'd say he suffered a whole lot more only because he actually went into that with expectations. Google just took the $2 I was going to use to dog on Ohio State for making fans so annoying and evil that they made me relapse my depression to the point of medication. Man, it's messed up by Google. Why'd they do that? Daggum. Texas Tech looks like they didn't belong there because their offense didn't. Their defense, on the other hand, absolutely did. You put that defense in any other team in the playoffs, and it would probably take them places. Point was, Texas Tech had one of the worst offenses in this playoff run. They just didn't have it. Squid, what'd you think about Garrett Riley's is he a terrible offensive coordinator or just held back by Davo's suffocating management style? Completely unknown. But I think it might be Dabo. I think it might be Dabo. Because what I saw with Garrett Riley was exactly what happened to Tom Allen. Tom Allen, really good at Penn State. Dominated at Penn State. He had one of the best defenses there. Clemson picks him up, and suddenly the defense is an absolute monstrosity. It's a dumpster fire. So, to me, I don't know. It's hard to make those comparisons because it's just 1 year. But this has been a thing that Dabo has done with a lot of his coaches, a lot of his players. I mean, we all know Dabo Swinney runs his program differently than most other schools do. That's just the truth. So maybe he did have something to do with that. I guess we'll find out next year, because I think next year, similar to Lincoln Riley and Josh Heupel, it's a make it or break it year for these coaches. If they don't show improvement next season, it could be really bad. Lucian Page, thank you very much for becoming a soldier of Tardaria. Thank you, good sir. Welcome. I'm not going to be able to go live for the members only people today, so I do apologize for that. But I have a video planned for members only. So you guys stay tuned for that. It'll probably be another one of those rant videos that you guys saw with Nico a couple of weeks ago. You're going to get one of those. Vervis Media, I think I pronounced that right. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, down with the Ohio State homophobes. I've been avenged. That's an interesting name for him, but thank you very much for the 2. Glad I did not open that. I have my DP right here. It almost fell over. I wonder if we'll get to the hot dog costume today. I would love to start wearing that. I heard Nico is running it back with UCLA. He indeed is, and I am surprised because here's the thing. This really goes to show how much money had a factor in this. What Nico's dad said about Tennessee was actually right. That's something I meant to say when talking about him before, but what he said about Tennessee was actually right. This offense was supposed to be built around the quarterback. And what he said was Nico needs to have more protection. And that's true. Nico didn't have much protection because the O-line sucked last year, and the O-line sucked this year for Tennessee. He didn't have a lot of protection, but then he transferred to somewhere that you think UCLA has more protection on their offensive line than Tennessee? Bah! So that's how what he said was true. But the motive behind it, that wasn't the whole truth. It wasn't about, oh, he needs more protection. It was always about the money. But what he said wasn't wrong. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe Bob Chesney is getting ready to build an entirely brand new offensive line that can cover for Nico. But don't count on that. I actually disagree with that. Most Notre Dame fans that I've seen still crying about not being in the playoffs have respected Miami for showing up and winning these games. They aren't even mad about Miami anymore. They're mad about Alabama. They're mad about Bama being in. They don't think they should have gotten that shot. They think they're in entirely because of SEC bias. I mean, some of these dipshit Ohio State fans are going around all week saying that there should have been 5 Big Ten teams in there. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so 5 Big Ten teams. So you want 9-3 USC in there? Just got beat down by TCU in overtime? What, you wanted them in there? Okay, thanks. Thank you to whoever you just gave a first round bye. Because that's literally what you did if you had done that. Fernando Mendoza is a future Raider. If he is another Jamarcus Russell, then I'm going to crash the fuck out. I think you're in a good spot. Mendoza's a good quarterback. You just better give him some weapons. If he has any sort of weapons at his disposal, you give him some time and he'll make stuff work. I don't know if he'll be like Cam Ward has been for the Titans, but I think he'll do work for y'all. Let me go ahead and put out this poll. I totally forgot about that. This is important. This is very important. I think I already know the answer, but I do this every stream, so we got to do it again. Who the winner? Do you think Kiffin would be good for LSU? Absolutely. Absolutely. The thing about LSU is that they're a program built on the idea of aggressiveness. It was something that was heavily practiced during the time that Les Miles and Ed Orgeron were there. It was like the heavy focus, especially when Saban was there, that it is a program built all around aggressiveness, and BK didn't have any of that. He was conservative. It looked like every single week the team just didn't give any sort of damn about what they were doing. And credit to Kiffin, he's done a great job building Ole Miss into a consistent contender. And if he's able to do that at Ole Miss, he's going to do some work at LSU because it's no secret. LSU has a lot more going for him in the recruiting department than Ole Miss does, because you can't think of many better recruiting hotspots than LSU. You just can't. There aren't many. And it certainly isn't Ole Miss. Ole Miss certainly is not there. They built a great team this year, and they are, to me, here's the difference between LSU and Ole Miss. Ole Miss is a team that you can form a team half with recruiting, half in the portal, and build a really good team out of that. LSU is a team that you basically can just home grow everything, because you have a crap ton of elite talent just in that state of Louisiana. And there's no talent, there's no competition in the state. With, like with Georgia, for example, in the Atlanta department, you have to split that talent between Georgia Tech, and some of the other schools around the area. Plus, you've got other states surrounding that, like Tennessee, Alabama. The list goes on. But with Louisiana all the way down there in that New Orleans, Baton Rouge pipeline, who do you have to compete with? Tulane? The closest thing to it, and it's not even that close at all, would be either Arkansas or Texas. Honest question, is Orgeron a good coach? No. He's not. He wasn't. I think he's an okay coach. Like, he's not terrible. But he wasn't the reason LSU went on to go 15-0, win the national championship, and all of that. It was Joe Burrow, all the talent around Joe Burrow, the talent on the defense, Joe Brady, Dave Aranda, all that led to them. But in fairness, Orgeron had a huge part in picking up that talent and those coordinators, so you got to give him credit where it's due. I think he's as good of a game manager as Les Miles is. If Georgia or Indiana loses, do you think the committee revisits the timeline of the playoffs, or they do nothing? But they're already going to do it. It's not even in regards to the first round buys. They're going to do it because of the group of 5 teams. The fact that they both got beat down as bad as they did, I think a conversation is definitely coming about conference championship auto bids and who gets them, or if they need to be there at all. And my guess is that we're getting ready to see them get eliminated entirely. And basically, it'll just be the top 12 at-large teams, and then everybody else can go ahead and eat balls. I think that's what we're probably looking at. Could be wrong, but that's what I think it's going to turn into. But I do agree with you. If one of them does lose, or if both of them lose, God forbid, then yeah, more than likely there's going to be a conversation about that too. I hope Whittingham doesn't get caught up in some BS Michigan scandal. He seems like a great guy. There is the potential that he does get caught up in a scandal, but it won't be because of him. The NCAA, at some point in time, could decide to go back and reinvestigate the Michigan scandal. And if they decide to put infractions on the program because of what happened back in 23 and 22 and wherever else, then obviously Whittingham is going to receive some of the damage from that. Whittingham's tenure over at Michigan will just be collateral damage if they scholarship fractions or anything like that. It won't be good. But that's an if. If they haven't done it at this point, I doubt they do it any other time. Are you really a Tennessee fan, or are you just LARPing for a mid-school? Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yes, I'm totally doing that. Next thing you're gonna ask me is if I went to the school. Thank goodness I've got a degree coming in a little bit. Otherwise, I'd be a fake fan. Georgia has already been in this position before. They have the best chance to break the curse. Oh, absolutely. By far, I think Georgia's got the best shot of breaking the curse. How do you think the NCAA will punish Michigan with this latest scandal surrounding Sharon Moore? I don't think they'll do anything. In regards to what happened with Sharon Moore, they'd have to prove that there was other people within that administration that knew about it, and they just won't be able to do that. So nothing's gonna happen. If anything's gonna happen in Michigan, it won't be because of the Sharon Moore scandal, or at least it shouldn't. I can't promise you that. Joel Sheet, thank you very much for the 2. Says, what'd you study at UTK? I majored in journalism/electronic media. The subgenre of that being called creative media. But know that it's going to show up as a bachelor's in journalism. Did you go to Tennessee, or are you a fake fan? I make low tier rage bait. Oh yeah, I caught on that pretty quick. Yeah, no. Thankfully, I did attend the university, so I am not a fake fan. I am not a bandwagon. Logistically, anybody who calls anybody a fake fan is an absolute moron, unless if there's a legitimate reason behind it. There are several people on this channel right now. Hold on, we got a beep boop in the chat. Let me fix that problem up real fast. Yeah, I told you all the mods are going to be very busy. Could have sworn I fixed that. Hold on. There is an easy fix to this situation, thankfully. All you got to do is just ban that little website they keep posting in there, and that usually fixes the problem. Do 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 do. Don't really get all the assault for Pavia. Bro just knows he's in the luckiest situation, just enjoying it. Can't hate that. It's less about that and more that he's an absolutely... Here's the thing. Like, Johnny Manziel, too, acted like an entitled douchebag when he was playing in college. So that isn't the problem. Is that he's also a sore loser. When what really made me dislike all of his actions was when Mendoza won the Heisman, and instead of being like GG's, you know, we'll prove that we deserve the Heisman in the bowl game, instead of like doing something like that, instead what he did was he was out there partying, throwing up middle fingers, saying F Indiana and all that. Like, get a grip, man. What a absolute loser thing to do. That is the most beta male thing you can possibly do in that situation. Nathan Tucker, thank you for the 5, good sir, says Sharon Moore doesn't deserve to coach anymore. After what he did, he left Michigan in disgrace. The bottom line is he did this to himself. Get out. Oh yeah, no, the Sharon Moore thing is just a messed up situation in my opinion. He's mentally wrong in the head. Anybody who does what he did post getting fired, like he did, is not mentally right in the head. He wasn't like that either when he was at Michigan. It just all came out once the secret got revealed. Ryan Day played one game against the coach who's not texting baddies in the 4th quarter and got exposed. Oh no. Yeah, no, he got beat down by Super Mario on the big stage. Credit to Mario Cristobal. He's one of the coaches that a lot of people gave him hell for not being able to win the big games ever. And I've already seen it. There's Ohio State fans on Twitter and everything like that saying that we need to fire Ryan Day. Oh, please. Please, do that and see what happens. I'm sure that'll go great for you. Alright, problem solved. We shouldn't be getting any more bots. Unless if they're just really, really smart. I don't know. No, Sharon Moore's probably not coming back. I say probably, but Jeremy Pruitt's back in a job as a assistant over at Jacksonville State. So anything's possible at this point. Will Pavia actually get drafted? Yeah, he'll probably get drafted. He just won't be like in the first round like these delusional Vandy fans think he deserves. That's because that's not going to happen. 17 minutes until the game begins. 17 in honor of Mr. Ryan Williams, who's no longer 17, but we're still going to say he is just for the funny. All right. Nathan Tucker, thank you for the 2, says if Bama loses today, it'll be a laughter party. Well, I think no matter what happens here, it's going to be a laughter party. But yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm rooting for Indiana today since obviously Bama's a rival of mine. And I think it's good for college football every time they lose. So I'm right there with you on that one. It would be very funny for them to blow this game. Because as we know, one fan base who takes losses worse than anybody else I know is Alabama fans. And the moment they lose, it's time to fire somebody. Everybody got to go, including Kalen DeBozo. Won't hat. If Bama loses, I'm going to crash out. Best of luck to you. Look, I just hope for a good game. At this point, that's all I can really ask for. Is a good, fun, inspirational game. Yeah, Pavia's not 6 foot. Pavia's like this. Pavia is about as tall as I am, and I'm not tall at all. I mean, look at this. Like I'm a dadgum midget. You know what I mean? Ooh, I need to stretch. Glad I brought some extra vitamin waters with me. We have a leaky faucet downstairs, so the water's got to be turned off for a little while. I don't know how long, but it'll be off for a little while. Tech's performance is making it hard for the Big 12 to beat the allegations. Oh yeah, no, the Big 12 is in a horrendous spot right now. They're down. They are down bad, really bad. Gives all the more credit to Cam Skibbity. He seems to be the only guy from that conference who's done something. What do you think of the Michigan news as head coach? I said this in the FBS report last week, or at least this last Monday. But I think it's out of everything that could have happened for them, this was probably the best possible realistic outcome for them. Is to get a coach that wasn't even on the board. He was retired. Kyle Whittingham was done with coaching, and then out of nowhere, he takes the Michigan job. Literally the best possible outcome that could have happened, because the most realistic outcome in my eyes before that was that they were going to be stuck with this man. But that didn't happen. So, good for them on undoing that chaos. All right, anyway, let me go ahead and get this game up. Do you think Miami is actually good, or have they just been getting the easiest matches possible this year? No, they're good. Miami is good. To me, they're like a semi-competent offense form of Texas Tech, in which they've got weapons because Malachi Toney is a pretty dadgum good running back. Mark Fletcher, also a good running back. They could run the ball down your throat. They proved it against Ohio State. If you're not able to shut down the run, you're just screwed, especially since it's hard to score on them because of how good their defensive front is. Miami's got one of the best front seven in college football right now. And along with that, they've got a really good running back core. They're going to be a big problem for whoever matches up against them, whether it's Ole Miss or Georgia. And not only that, but they're red hot at the right time. This could be the year. This could be the year that Miami breaks the streak. Another beat boot. We take care of it. I just subbed to Red because of you. Great news. Thank you, thank you. I'm saying thank you on his behalf. Because right now he's too depressed to do anything. His Buckeyes crapped all over themselves. All right. Inconveniently timed all right. What if I'm actually a bot too? You know what I would have... You know what should have probably happened on the behalf of Texas Tech? Would it be... I don't know, man. Would it be wrong for me to say that I think Will Hammond should have gotten the start? Just a general thought. Anyway, game's getting ready to kick off. Now I have the excuse to stand up again. Ooh. Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, so let me tell you this. I'm glad I got all this out before this stream. I wouldn't be able to continue the stream if we were doing Texas Tech Oregon, because earlier today, I had a bit of an episode in the bathroom. And it's my fault. I had Popeyes for dinner last night. So this morning, okay, let me tell you, this it's entirely my fault. So I had Popeyes last night, okay? And then on top of that, if that wasn't bad enough, I took some soft laxatives. So yeah, this morning was an incredibly hard time for your boy Squidtard. It was not pleasant. Thankfully I didn't outright. I didn't do it in my pants, thankfully. No. I was not Barry Morton today. I did manage to hit the toilet. I did manage to hit Columbus, Ohio. Not the entirety of Columbus, Ohio. Only that stadium. Shart area. Let me go ahead and where's my controller? I'm gonna put on the command center over on the TV. Here we go. Hooray. Toilet stream when? Whenever I get a laptop that I can set up there. That's when. Let me turn on my lights. I keep forgetting to do this. I was in such a mad scramble to get this stream up and running. Has anybody been watching the Sky Cam? Is it worth to have on? If you don't like the commentary, then yeah, sure. If you're not a fan of Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit, then yeah, I guess it would be worth it. It's all a matter of your preference. Tennessee is getting a new strength and conditioning coach. About friggin' time. That's big news. Haven't seen anything on Twitter about it. Do we have any confirmation of that? Looks like the playoffs should be shifted 1 week back. No, I think what needs to happen, this is the change that I would do for the first round buys. Leave them as is, but what they need to do is instead of giving these first round bye teams or first round playoff games, because what they do is they have the first round playoff games before Christmas, then they have a week break, and then they have the second round. What they need to do is they need to put the first round playoff games after Christmas. So then there's 1 week in between everything. First round games, then you have the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and then the national championship, all within a week of each other. That's what it should be. That's what it always should have been. I don't know why there was a 2 week break in between the first round and the quarterfinals. The Bama strength and conditioning coach got fired. Say goodbye to Chick-fil-A. Say hello to Dave's Hot Chicken. Ay, ay, ay. I'll tell you what, I had some of that Nashville hot chicken down when I was waiting for the Music City Bowl to start. There was a place. I just saw fried chicken, so I was like, oh boy, that's what I'm going with. Because we had gotten down there around, I think, 1:30-ish, and you knew the lines were going to be bad no matter where we went. But I saw this place look pretty good. I forgot the name of it, but it was something Nashville hot chicken, and so I was like, oh, chicken, I want that. Yeah, I made a mistake. I've never been all that great with spicy foods, and I got the medium. I got the medium. So there was like 7 different options. There was mild, slightly warmer. Then there was medium. Then there was hot, mega hot, super duper hot. Then Nashville, TM, ultra hot. Who gives a shit? Point was, I got the medium variety of that. By the first 3 bites, I was already in so much pain. My mouth felt like I literally kissed an active volcano. That's what that felt like to me. So I was in agony for a good 10 minutes. Then finally, when it tore down, I tried to give it another chance. It just went straight to hell after that. So, never doing that again. I'll tell you what. Never doing that again. Yeah, I got the I got the typical white person spice tolerance. You're not wrong about that. Cannot argue. I understand the idea that bye week teams get a bit of extra time to get healthy, though. You don't want to punish a team by making them less healthy. Certainly the truth. I mean, I get it, but it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. I think if you're giving the teams of the bye a tactical disadvantage, then you're just you're doing them wrong. But no matter what happens, I mean, this is the case with everything surrounding college football, but especially how the playoffs work. There's always going to be somebody complaining about something. which teams are left in, which ones are left out, how the playoffs are run, why the group of 5 teams are in there, why they're not in there, why this team's in there, why the Big 12 is unrepresented, why the SEC is overrepresented, why the Big 10 is there, why the MAC even exists. There's always going to be somebody complaining about something. You're never going to stop the complaining. You're never going to satisfy the entire public. And this is something, I mean, you can't do that. Even Josh Pate, who is, to all credit to him, he's a smart individual, one of the smartest individuals when it comes to college football, but he's also a sunshine pumper. We all know that to be the case. When Florida loses their 8th game of the season to a terrible team, he's sitting there like, oh, don't you feel bad, don't you feel bad. When you guys, listen, Billy Napier is eventually going to get it together. Just you wait. Well, at some point in time, he's eventually going to get it together. He's one of the biggest sunshine pumpers in the world. Always tries to satisfy every single team. But here's the problem. You can't satisfy everybody. You can't. Somebody's always going to be mad. Somebody's always going to be crying about this thing that you said or that or this or that. You can't satisfy every single fan base. Somebody's always going to be mad at you. Notre Dame got over it. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They are still big mad about it. That's never going to go away. No, they're Florida State fans still talking about the snub from 2 years ago. Notre Dame fans, until they actually find a way to win a national championship, which would be a while, by the way, but until they do, they're going to be talking about this day. They're going to be talking about this day like somebody actually died. Well, I think it's obvious which team everybody's rooting for, so I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. Let's see who you guys voted on. Closer than I thought. 64% in favor of Google Me, otherwise known as Indiana. Not much of a big surprise there. Getting ready to do the coin toss here. Do we know which conference this Ref Ball edition is from? I would assume it's probably either Big 12 or ACC. I'll be pounding beers all game until we either win or get alcohol or I get alcohol poisoning. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to you. At least make sure they taste good. For the portal, which starts January 2nd, higher seeded teams that get home games until the semifinals. 19 teams that get home games until the semifinals. So what happens to the New Year's Six Bowls in that scenario? Squidtard, thoughts who wins the FCS? I hope it's Illinois State, right? Who's the massive underdog? The Redbirds. I'm trying to think of what that team is called. I've got to refresh my memory on that, but I know they are a massive underdog. Got a huge upset a couple of weeks ago, and now they're the biggest contenders. So I hope for the FCS sake that's the team who wins it, just for funsies. Watching Squidtard have that one Michelob was so funny. Oh, that was terrible. I was not a fan of that. It wasn't the worst thing that I drank, but it didn't taste good at all. Kentucky quarterback entered the portal. Wow. Shocker. You mean to tell me Kentucky is going to have another year where they will overly rely on a super senior as their quarterback from the transfer portal? Tell me more. That is what Kentucky is forced to do. Kentucky can't ever have a quarterback that they actually build up through recruiting. It's always some super senior they get from the transfer portal. All right, well, here we go. Playoffs getting the Rose Bowl getting underway here. Alabama and Indiana. Bama's set to kick off. Illinois is going to get the return, and they're going to start on offense. And here's the kick, which sails all the way into the end zone for a touchback. And the Hoosiers will start on offense from the 25. We're going to get a taste of what Fernando Mendoza can do against this Alabama defense. If they don't win today, there are going to be some big changes coming to how the playoffs work. I know that for a fact. Here we go. First down Hoosiers from the 25-yard line. Takes the snap. Mendoza on the direct snap. Tries to run out of the pocket and goes down with a sack off the bat. Takes a 2-yard loss on the sack. That offensive line just flat out collapsed for Indiana. Pierre's able to get in there on the edge. And he'll go down with a loss of 2. Not a good start for the Hoosiers off the bat. 2nd and 12, rolling up, backed up around the 23-yard line. 3 wide set, back to pass, no, it's a handoff, directly up the middle. Good protection there, gets about 7 of that back, maybe 8. It's going to be about a 3rd down and 3 coming up. Gave it to Hemby on that when he gets 8 yards. Here we go. 3rd down and 4. From the 31-yard line, got to get to the 35. 4 wide set. Man moving in motion. Looks like a blitz here. They will blitz. Takes the snap. Trying to run away from the pressure. Nowhere to go. And down all the way back at the 18-yard line. Bama came in with another sack. They disguised the blitz. And they had no preparation for it. Mendoza sacked all the way back over around the 18, and they'll be forced to punt. Quick 3 and out for the Hoosier offense. I don't know how they didn't see that. Bama, they brought the safety blitz. I don't know how they didn't see it. But then again, nobody got open. That was just a drive that flat out collapsed for him. Here's the punt, back from the 5. Good one here, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, not a good one. That was a stinky, stinky punt. Sails back around the 40-yard line. Bama in pretty good field position to start their first drive. We'll see what Bart Simpson can bring to the table. Had a couple of weeks to rest up here. We'll see what he brings against this really, really good Indiana defense. People are already saying it's over. We haven't even seen the Bama offense step on the field. It's already over. Y'all need to relax. Here we go. 1st and 10, 5 wide set. Bart Simpson all alone in the backfield. Takes the snap. Back to pass on the direct snap. Looking for a receiver. Plenty of time to throw. Rolls out of the pocket. Throws late. Out of bounds. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Just had to throw that one away. You think they'll even try to run the ball here? They didn't have much success against Oklahoma. You think they'll even bother? I think they should at least give it a shot. You don't have much of a choice. You're not just going to be able to sit there and pass all day. Man moving in motion. 3 wide set. Another man moving in motion. Takes the snap. It's a play action. Throw on the outside. Hitch route caught for about 5 yards. Ryan Williams with his first reception of the day. He gets about 5 of that. It'll be 3rd down and 5 for the Crimson Tide. What does Ryan Grubb whip up here? A lot of Bama fans do not like Ryan Grubb, so he's got to have a masterclass today. It's going to be 3rd and 6, actually, from the 45-yard line. Got to get to the 49 of Indiana to convert. Takes the snap. Simpson on a direct snap over the middle, complete. 1st down, barely enough to get it. Gets to the 48. Decent pass play right there. It's going to get them the 1st down. Good old slant route. Always your best friend when you need it to be. Daniel Hill comes through in the clutch on a 6-yard gain, and it's 1st and 10 directly at the 49-yard line. Bunch formation. Takes the handoff. Play action. Simpson looking deep, thinking about it. Nope, he's going to run out of the pocket. Still searching. Now throws on the outside. Got a man on the sideline. Caught for about 6 yards. It'll be 2nd down and about 4. Josh Cuevas on the sideline. Gets about 6 on that one. Who else but the fullback to come through in the clutch for him? Give Pavia his trophy. Shut up, Alutron. Here we go. 2nd down and 4. Bunch formation once again. Takes a snap, hands it off. It is straight up the middle this time. First run play for Bama. Good enough for the 1st down and then some. Gets all the way to around the 40. Daniel Hill on the run. Decent run. Can't ask for much more than that. Got 6 yards out of it. It's 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers, or 1st and 10 for the Crimson Tide. Deep now in Indiana territory, all the way to the 37 on that one. 3 wide set on the play. 1st and 10. Looks like they might be ringing a blitz, and they do. He takes the snap, gives it back to Hill. No protection there. No blocking. Goes down directly at the line of scrimmage. Be 2nd and 10 coming up. Gonna be a battle in the line of scrimmage today. If they're able to shut down this run and force Bart Simpson to just throw every time, I think they'll be in a good spot, but that's if. Now 3 wide set. Might have been some movement on Indiana, but they won't call it. Didn't go past the line. Now they're moving back in bunch formation. Looks like 3 receivers out. Takes the snap. Back to throw, on a direct snap. Simpson throws it, gets it off to Hill, who's way back behind the line of scrimmage, loses about 5 yards in the play, and it's going to be 3rd down and long coming up. They brought a disguised corner blitz right there, and Ty Simpson's pass almost batted down, but he was able to get it off. Might have been better off if it was incomplete, because now they just lost 5 yards. 3rd and long, backed up at the 41-yard line. Going to have to get 14 yards to convert. Man moving in motion. 3 receivers out. Takes the snap. Back to throw in a direct snap. They get to him. He's running around trying to make something happen. Now he throws. He's got a man. No, it's almost picked off. Ryan Williams able to at least prevent the interception from happening. But it's going to be 4th down and 14. The Crimson Tide are going to have to punt. Boy, that was a goofy throw. That had shades of Ohio State right there. He was just trying to make something happen to Ryan Williams, but that dude was covered. He was really well covered. I don't know what they were thinking. Lewis Moore was right there to make the play happen. He's lucky that one wasn't picked. Doesn't matter. They're going to have to give this one up anyway. Blake Dowd back to punt. Here it is. Sails all the way back around the 5. And that's where it'll be stopped. No, they'll get it around the 2. So Indiana's going to be deep in their own territory on their 2nd drive. Tough luck there. Tough luck there. Got a feeling this isn't going to be a scoregami. Doubt it. Doubt it. Very much so. Can we get a toast for every liver that's going to be destroyed after tonight? On which side? That's important to note. Indiana didn't meet Vandy, so the Heisman decided who had the better performance versus Bama. I don't know if it's that influential, but we'll see. So does Dante Moore become the #1 pick if Mendoza chokes? No. Because he won't even be in this draft. Dante Moore's a sophomore, if I'm correct about that. He's nowhere near a senior. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, Tennessee did indeed. They haven't necessarily fired their strength and conditioning coach, but his contract expired, or his contract expires this month, and they're not going to renew it. So, by technicality, I guess he is fired. Moore can get. I know Moore can get drafted, but I don't know if he'll declare. He might stick around for another year. But if he's a junior, then maybe he will declare. I don't know. I could have sworn Dante Moore was a junior though, or a sophomore. Fact checking here. Yeah, he's a sophomore, guys. So technically, he could declare, but as a sophomore, he's not going to. It's very unlikely. Redshirt sophomore, so I know he is eligible, but I really doubt he's gonna go this early. They'd have to actually win the national title, and even then, I don't think it's likely. All right, well here we go. Hoosiers starting all the way from the 3, takes the handoff to Hemby straight up the middle, good for about 2 yards, maybe 3, 2nd and 7 coming up. Or that was, I think that was Keelan Black, actually. I just assumed they were going to just send Hemby straight up the middle, but it looked like that's not what happened. In total, they've got -3 rushing yards, so they need to get something under control fast. Here's 2nd and 8, bunch formation for Indiana. At the 5-yard line, takes the snap, another handoff up the middle. Got some good protection there, gets 5 yards out of that one. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Who do Bama fans hate more? Kane Womack or their offensive coordinator? Their defensive coordinator, their offensive coordinator? Because all I've seen is just, man, I hate Kane Womack. No, I hate Ryan Grubb more. I guess we'll find out. Here's 3rd down and 2 for the Hoosiers. Got to get to the 13 to convert. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Direct snap, rolling out of the pocket. Mendoza throws, and he's got his man. 1st down, Indiana. Good catch right there by Elijah Sarrat, and he gets the 1st down. Isn't it nice to have a mobile quarterback who can run around the pocket and then throw? Oh, great times. Great times, ain't it? But good, what a great throw right there. He wasn't open. He was covered. But Sarrat still made the catch. From the 18, it's a screen nearly picked off right there. It is caught, though, and a good run to get 9 yards out of that. Boy, they escaped one right there. They were about to get 7th floored. I'm surprised it didn't get called for a hold, because that was probably the only reason why that wasn't turned into a pick six. Caught a break there, 2nd and 1. Might want to be careful next time you try to do that. But they got him all the way to the 20, around the 26. There's another screen, this time on the opposite side. No one there to cover, but he is, I think, able to get the first down. Sarrat, I think, might be an inch short. Yeah, they will blow him an inch short. So 3rd down and 1 coming up. Neither of these offenses can really get much going. We might be looking at yet another defensive squabble. Here we go. I formation. Takes the snap. It's a handoff directly up the middle. Got it. 1st down. Good run right there by Hemby. He's going to get the first, and the drive shall continue for the Hoosiers. It seems the recipe for winning a title now is just having an elite defense, because none of these teams have really blown up the scoreboard in any capacity. Of course, with the exception of Ole Miss and Oregon when they played those G5 nobodies. Yeah, sorry, Tulane, James Madison. Run up the middle again to Hemby. Maybe he gets a yard, if that. Be 2nd down. It looks like we're going to have another game that goes by fast, because all of these offenses are moving extremely slow. None of them are really doing the whole no huddle thing. Here it is, 2nd and 9, man moving in motion. 3 wide set, takes the snap, direct snap, looking for a receiver downfield. He is going to throw over the middle. Got a man all the way down around the 41-yard line. 1st down, Hoosiers. Well deep in Alabama territory. Best pass play, best play overall for any of these offenses so far. Who else but Charlie Becker coming in through the clutch as always for the Hoosiers. Absolutely got a foot down, no doubt about it. First down, Indiana. That's a 30-yard reception. Huge clutch play coming in for him. 1st and 10, Hoosiers all the way to the 40-yard line. 3 wide set once again, takes the snap, hands it off directly up the middle to Keelan Black, who breaks a tackle, gets about 5 out of that, maybe 6. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Bama. Uh-oh. Y'all are going to have to warm up if you want to stay in this one, it's looking like. Maybe. Or at least on defense, you're going to have to warm up a bit. Here we go, 2nd and 5. All the way down to the 35-yard line. 4 wide set, moving in motion. Handoff up the middle again. Keelan Black, good enough for the first. Gets to the 30, maybe the 29. Seems that first drive they had was just a warm-up drive, because now Indiana is back to looking like their usual selves. Super Nuclear, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. It says, Cutter Bully entered the portal. I'm so done. Yep. Get ready to go find yet another super senior from the portal, Nuclear. Have fun. 1st and 10, 3 wide set for the Hoosiers. Back to throw. Takes the step. It's a pitch to the outside. Got his man. Still moving. Maybe 9 yards to Williams Jr. I think didn't get it, but he did get it about 9 yards on that one. So very close to the first down. They're not even necessarily whipping out their bag of tricks here, but what they're doing is they're spreading out their offense in the run-pass attack. And right now, Bama's got no answers for it. Bunch formation once again, 2 receivers out to the left. Hands it off directly up the middle to Block again. And he's got the first down and a little bit more. Still pushing. all the way to the 10. And moreover, it just depends on where they blew the whistle, but that should be all the way down to the 10-yard line. Probably 1st and goal, Indiana. This is what I mean. If you got running backs that can go through the line like that, then you're gonna have a good time, because then you can use the run and the pass to overwhelm this Bama defense. Looks like they blew the whistle all the way back at the 14, so it's 1st and 10, Indiana, where that stands. Here's another handoff up the middle. Nothing given on that one. Maybe a yard. Late push on that one. Hemby will get a yard nonetheless. It's going to be 2nd down and 9. Already almost 100 yards for the Indiana offense. They're having a phenomenal drive right now. But it's all a matter of whether or not they can finish it. They've still got a couple more plays in before if they have to kick the field goal. Either way, I absolutely expect some points to be scored here. Here we are, 2nd down and 9. Bunch formation once again. Same as last, and whistles are blown. Looks like a timeout is called by Indiana. Yep, Hoosiers burn their first timeout. Gonna try to figure out some things before they go on to the next play. Build a statue for Cignetti or Mendoza even if they don't win the title. Well, if Cignetti sticks around, then absolutely, because he's gonna turn this program into potentially what could be a consistent contender in the Big Ten, which you never would have even dreamed of for Indiana. I could see some Cignetti art with the GTA 5 filter going crazy after they win this title or win this game. I absolutely very well could see that. Either way, though, what a hype time to be an Indiana fan. You never would have expected anything like this for the Hoosier man. In a million years, you never would have seen anything like this coming. I'm surprised Gundy hasn't been hired yet. Stay tuned. Utah has yet to make their decision. Looks like Kentucky will have to go searching for yet another super senior in the portal. Have fun. So Utah's hired from within? I didn't hear any official news on that. Maybe I just missed it. So much for feeding the studs. Right. All right, here we go. After the timeout, it's still 2nd and 9. Got a minute left here in the first quarter. 4 wide set for the Hoosiers. Takes a snap, Hemby in motion. Direct snap, throws it over the middle, and it's caught, but for no gain. Tried the shovel pass, did not pan out well for him. Geez, that was a goofy one. I don't know what Mendoza was thinking there. Took a monster hit as soon as he caught it. All right. Ed Shadowbear, thank you very much for the 5. Says, all of America and Big Ten fans are rooting for Indiana beating Alabama and Paul Feinbaum's glazing ass. Yeah. Here's a run for Mendoza, and he's going nowhere. The line completely crumbled on him, and it's 4th down. They will have to kick the field goal. Womp womp. I mean, good on Bama's defense for clutching up right there. Indiana's got a decent red zone offense, just never able to put it together on that drive. 31-yard attempt upcoming to get on the board for the Hoosiers. They're 15 of 16 from field goals. Whistle's blown? No. Whistle was blown, but I'm not sure what for. Looks like Indiana's making a quick substitution. There's too many men on the field. And, okay, never mind. All right, they're coming off the field now. Took too much time. That's going to wrap up the first quarter. So they're going to kick the field goal after the end of the quarter. That might be bad. That might be bad. You're basically icing the kicker on that one. It's an easy 31-yarder, but after the kickers that I've seen and had to deal with, nothing's a gimme anymore. My alma mater is ACC, so I definitely don't understand rooting for a conference. Yeah, right there with you. There's two different people, two different sides of the spectrum that everybody hates. It's the conference glazers and the conference haters. I think it's stupid that you've got like Ohio State fans so down horrendous they're rooting for Michigan against Texas because they hate the AC or the SEC that much. That's pathetic, man. Get a grip. What did the SEC do to you to make you that mad? Yeah, Max Gilbert and Jaden Fielding suffer from the exact same problem. The exact same problem. They get into their own heads, and then the moment they need they're really good kicking field goals that you don't need. If you need a garbage time kicker, there you go. Those are your options right there, because they know what they're doing whenever it's garbage time. But whenever it's time for them to actually make a field goal, they're pretty much the right side of useless. Yeah, congrats on the win, Oregon. Big win for the Duckies. Definitely a better performance than last year, and this is the closest they've been in a while of possibly winning a championship. Man, a whole generation of jokes could come to a close. And I'm not even just talking about Oregon, I'm talking about Miami too. Because Miami has been the upside of irrelevant for a long time too. God, I just came to a realization. I just came to a huge realization. Georgia wins tonight. That means in the semifinals we're getting Carson Beck versus Georgia. If Miami goes on to the national championship and Oregon goes too, we're looking at Oregon versus Mario Cristobal. Oh my goodness. Oregon versus Mario Cristobal. What a matchup that would be. Anyway, here's the 31-yard attempt. The field goal to put Indiana up by 3. The kick is up, and it is good. Nailed it. No trouble with that one. 3-0. Indiana's on top. They score first blood entering the second quarter. Ed Shadowbear, thank you very much for the 5, says, what did the SEC do to make the Big Ten fans hate them? Their officiating sucks. The media bias favors them more than the Big Ten. Alabama winning. Well, Alabama winning has no part in due to the SEC, but go off. We can say the same thing about Ohio State. In fact, they won more recently than Bama did. And no, the media favors the SEC over conferences like the ACC and the Big 12 for sure. Not the Big 10 though. Not the Big 10. A lot of the talking heads, with the exception of course Feinbaum and some of those guys, most of them agree with y'all. They hate the SEC. SX2AP, thank you very much for the 5, says, so how will mainstream sports media react to the fact that JMU performed better than Texas Tech against Oregon? Is that a win for G5 schools? Well, appreciate the super chat, but that is a factually incorrect statement. That is not true. This was a close game all the way until the end, and then they ran up the score at the end of the ball game, and it was already over. James Madison was done by the first quarter. Oregon scored like 34 points by the end of the second half or first half. The game was over in the first quarter or the first half. But past that point, they were just playing to make themselves feel better. By the end, it only got so close because Oregon had their second, third stringers out there, just letting them get all the work done and getting the game over with. Both of them didn't play good. Both of them had terrible days against Oregon, but that's not to say that either one played better than the other. There will never be a day I will not laugh at Notre Dame. They didn't deserve to be in, and Miami proved it, without a doubt. They didn't belong. They can cry about it all they want to, but they didn't belong. Ed Shadowbear, appreciate the 5, says, I'm just happy my Nittany Lions beat Dabo's overrated cocky ass. Yeah, well, wise words.
To win, you gotta not lose.
Wise words from Dabo Swinney. James Madison did score. You're at least right about that. Gotta give him credit where it's due. If they had a defense worth something, then they might have been able to put up a much better fight. Here's the kickoff, which goes into the end zone for a touchback. Bama starts their next drive at the 25. Might as well be in different tax brackets, not different pay grades, different tax brackets. Here we go. First down and 10. Bunch formation, 2 receivers out in the spread. Bar Simpson getting ready to take the snap. He takes it, hands it off on the outside. The line's all around him. Nothing given there. I don't know what they were thinking. I would have just taken that on a read option. Ed Shadowbear, thank you very much for the 5, says Dabo will forever be known as Dabo Weenie. Not Swinney. Potentially so. Yeah, Dabo's got some work to do this offseason. His way of football ain't working no more. Everybody's adapted. He needs to get back. Either he needs to do that or he needs to get back on the grill. Second and 10 here from the 25. Handoff up the middle again. Nothing much given there. It was a positive gain, but only for 2 yards. They're trying to get Kevin Riley on the run game, and it ain't working. 3rd down and 8 coming up. I can't eat these gummy bears no more. They're good, but they take too long to chew. Here we go. 3rd down and 8. 4 wide set for the Crimson Tide in the bunch. Adjustments up on the line. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Simpson looking for a receiver. Got some time. Rolls out the pocket. Trying to get it himself. He's got blockers, and he's got the first. Just barely enough speed to get past the Hoosier defenders and get the first. Oh, never mind. They blew him short. They're saying his knee went down before he crossed. That's close, but wow. Okay, never mind. Yeah, his knee was down. That's 4th down. It's going to be 4th and 1 Alabama. And deep in their own territory, the offense is still on the field. They're going to go for it. 4 wide set. Now the whistle's blown. Indiana's going to take a second timeout to think about this one. Smart move by Cignetti. Prevents it very well. Could have been a 1st down for Bama. They might have to punt now. The only reason why Clemson, Miami, and FSU are in the ACC is because it's the easiest path to the championship, and none of those teams are in the ACC championship this year. Well, it's also because they're stuck in binding contracts with TV deals. They're stuck in the conference for at least a little while longer until they can even think about getting out. And considering the strained relationship they have with the ACC, they're probably going to try it the next time those TV deals expire. I think it's all the way in 2029 is when they do. I think a majority of that was just to try to get Indiana to jump off sides, and instead of biting on the leash, Cignetti just took a timeout. It's a smart move. Bama's probably going to punt now. In a low-scoring defensive brawl like this, the worst thing you can do is go for it deep in your own territory. Because dare you not get it, Indiana's in prime position to score. Fourth down is the new 3rd down. Excuse me. Timmy also admit that the NCAA officiating just sucks as a whole and is not mutually exclusive to conferences or conference bias. Yes, absolutely. A lot of people agree with you on that. They just love to say that there's some certain bias behind it, but which there isn't, obviously. But the officiating just sucks everywhere. It's just terrible all across the board. There's no specific conference that has it worse than anybody else. It's just bad. In fact, probably the best officiating is the ACC, but not because of the refs themselves, but rather because of the fact that they've got you can literally hear the reviews in time. Of course, with the exception of the Music City Bowl, of course. Dare not be able to hear that. We shall see if the two California and SMU are regretting their decision during 2036. Oh yeah, they're going to be stuck in hell for a little while. But yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. Cal's got to be regretting it to some bit at least. Think about how much they have to travel every week just to get to one of their ACC games. And as I expected, Bama switching to the punt. Hey, never mind, they're switching formation here. Now everybody's up on the line. They might be trying to go for it. They've got everybody up in the bunch formation. Still on the field. They're doing some adjustments up on the line. And whistles are blown. I think you're going to take a timeout. Well, that was ballsy. They tried to fake. Fake the feet or the punt. They ought to be glad they didn't go through with it. That probably would have been really bad. I don't know what they're doing. It's early in this game. Don't do something stupid. That was insane. Oh my goodness.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Simpson's back on the dadgum field. They're gonna go for it. What are y'all doing? It's a 3-point game in the second quarter. You guys are out of your minds. They're doing it. They're sticking to it. Offense is on the field in a 4th and 1. Line up in the Wildcat, taking the snap. They do the handoff on the outside, trying to get his way there, and he won't get it. They will be blown short, and Indiana is going to have the football at the 34-yard line. High dadgum tide. Holy hell, you got to be real high to do something like that.
High tide, guys. High tide. High tide.
Credit to the Illinois D-line. They tried to run the Wildcat there. Holy hell, dude. That was stupid. Tried to have Jermaine Bernard on a jet sweep, and they were there the whole time. You guys are morons. Yeah, that's the exact type of football that's gonna put you into a loss. You've been stuffing them for most of the game. What are you all doing? Well, here we go. Hoosiers in prime position at the 34-yard line, lined up in a 4-wide set on first down. Back to pass. Plenty of time for Mendoza. Now the pressure gets to him. He breaks a tackle, still running. Down to the 30. A flag is down. He gets to around the 28 before a flag rolls in. So we'll see what this one is on. It's a holding call. Holding on Indiana. That's going to pin him back 10 yards, and it'll be 1st and 20. It'll be 1st and 20 from the 44-yard line now. There goes their chance at a field goal if they miss out on this one. If they're going to lose this game, they're going to come back to that play call. And of course, the analytics. Did Kalen DeBozo listen to the stupid analytics? Because the analytics said, "Oh, go for it. Trust me. No, this is going to be great." Idiots. At the 44, 4-wide set once again. Here's Mendoza. Handoff up the middle to Hemby, who breaks a tackle, still running down to the 30, all the way to the 20. Gets the first down and then some. Wow. Okay. Well, that takes away whatever holding there was. Good breakaway by the offensive line. They were able to create all the space and more for the Hoosiers. And here we go. Run up the middle again. And this one gets them to the 20, directly to the 20. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Yeah, I say Indiana deserves to score a touchdown here, only because of that stupid decision to go for it. I mean, that's straight up. That's Chris Kleeman ball right there. Doesn't matter where you are on the field, just go for it and pray for the best. Foolish decision. That's going to come back to bite him pretty bad. Here we go. 2nd down and 8. Man moving in motion. It's going to be a 3-wide set. Back to pass on a direct snap. Mendoza throws outside. Got a man. No. Batted down and incomplete. Great pass protection right there. And it'll be 3rd down and 8. Deshaun Jones threw that ball down. Charlie Becker didn't have a chance on that one. It'll be 3rd down and 8. 10:55 left to go in the second quarter. Man, they had a whole nother quarter to go through before they even hit the half, and Bama still decided to go for it at their own 30. Just insane. 4-wide set for the Hoosiers. Back to pass on a direct snap. Here's Mendoza again, throwing to the end zone. Caught! Charlie Becker beat him that time. Touchdown, Indiana. He didn't beat him the first time, but he got open on that one. Jumped up to make the catch and comes through heavily in the clutch for the Hoosiers on that one. Wow, what a play. What a ball by Mendoza. Holy hell. Credit to Jones for batting down that first attempt to Becker. He didn't get there on the second one. Here's the extra point. Kick is up. It is good. 10-0 here in the Rose Bowl. Indiana now up by 2 scores. That's what you get, Kalen DeBozo. And that's why we call you Kalen DeBozo. Ay, ay, ay. Tennessee fans can't say nothing, or what? What are you gonna do about it? Win? I don't think so. I'll say whatever I damn well please. Charlie Becker is the next Tyler Warren. I don't know about that, only because Charlie Becker isn't the entire Indiana offense. It isn't going to fall off a cliff the moment he disappears. You know, it's crazy. All that could have been avoided. Alabama didn't sniff their stupid pills on an absolutely smooth brain play on 4th down. Yeah, that's going to be looked at as one of the dumbest plays in the playoffs. Absolutely, for sure. I don't get it. I don't get it. You're down by 3. You've stopped their offense with efficiency on 2 of their drives. If you punt the ball back to them, your defense can make another key play and get you in a good spot. However, instead what you do is you leave it up to a dumb play on offense, whether it was the analytics or just because Kalen DeBozo's a moron. Go for it at your own 30. Give them prime position because you don't know what you're doing. And then you let them get the score. Insane. And not only that, but that 4th down call itself was pretty stupid. That's like when Texas ran... You know what that was? That was like when Texas ran the halfback toss against Ohio State and lost like 7 yards. If you're gonna go for it on 4th down and you got like an inch to go, just do it straight up the gut. You've got the line to do it. That was just insane. At least we don't lose on a field goal like Tennessee did in the Music City Bowl. Yeah, I'd much rather get blown out. What kind of copium is that? I don't know why people immediately switch to Tennessee to cope. Yeah, we may have gotten our ass beat, but you know what? At least Tennessee lost. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Keep it real. Alabama's going to return this one. Going out past the 10 and then thrown down before even getting to the 15. Crimson Tide are going to start their next drive at the 14. You think they'll go for it here too? You think they'll go for it on 4th down here? Another double-digit deficit for Bama to climb out of because they are too wonky. Just punt the ball. Yeah. No, the game's not over. Obviously not. They can definitely get out of this situation. But they've got a hole to crawl out of for sure. 1st and 10, bunch formation, 3 receivers out to the left. Man moving in motion, takes the snap. Handoff. No, it's a play action. Simpson, outside throw, got his man. It's Williams. Gets about 6, maybe 5 yards out of that one. And it'll be 2nd down and 5. That's Williams' 2nd reception of the day. Maybe 9 yards. What's crazy is that he's already done more in this game than he's done in the Oklahoma game. He has 9 yards. He's got 9 yards and has already done more than he did in the Oklahoma game. That is comedy. Bro just disappeared out of nowhere in that first round game. Here we go, 2nd and 5. Bunch formation again. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Nope, play action. Simpson rolling downfield. Looks to throw. Got a man. 1st down past the 30. All the way inside the 35. Gets out around the 37. Who else but Jermaine Bernard coming in through the clutch? He was the playmaker for him against Oklahoma. Comes through in the clutch again for him this time. Wide open as Indiana got beat on the zone. Cancer stinks. Appreciate the 5. Says UT as Texas losing to Home State at the Alamo Bowl. Shaking hands with UT losing at Home State in the Music City Bowl. Yeah. No, let's just never talk about or ever go back to the Music City Bowl ever again. It's a cursed bowl. Back to throwing a weird screenplay. That one hits the dirt. Incomplete. Ty Simpson just throwing to nobody on that one. Nobody in particular. All right, we hit our first Squiddy goal. I'll hit that one during commercial. Here we go now. 2nd and 10. 3 wide set for Bama. It's going to be a handoff up the gut. Nothing given there. Indiana's D-line came through in the clutch on that one. It'll be 3rd down and 10. If they're going to give it to Daniel Hill, they're going to have to find a new way to give it to him because what they're doing right now isn't working. Bama's got a total of 15 rushing yards. They've got to find a new way to get points or a new way to get yards. Here we go. 3rd and 10 from the 37. 3-man set. Takes the snap. Direct snap for Bart Simpson. Looking. Not a lot of time to throw. He runs out of the pocket and down he goes. He manages to get past the line of scrimmage, but he won't get much further than that. 4th down coming up for Bama. Ay. Nothing given there. Bama's O-line is just having all kinds of problems right now. The only one that actually showed up so far is Caden Proctor. Big shocker, I know. Daniel Ndukwe gets the stop right there on 4th and 9, or on 3rd and 10. It'll be 4th and 9. They'll punt back to Indiana. Here's the return, and it's a good one. Taking past the 40, and he's going to get all the way to the 44-yard line. Great return right there. All right, here we go. Time for your first of hopefully many squiddies. Set right foot creep. Ooh. Yeah, I wonder if they... I'm glad they didn't go for it that time. Ooh. They went on that Chris Kleeman game style right there. That was one of the... that was one of the goofiest plays I've ever seen in the playoffs. I'll say that much. And I feel like Kalen DeBoer should actually know better than that, but I guess I was wrong. Ooh. Okay, enough of that. Alabama did come back, but it was against Oklahoma. Yeah, I mean, it still counts, but you're not wrong there. It is Oklahoma at the end of the day. And good old Brent Venables. Bama can still win this. Yeah, I mean, we've all seen it, even under the Kalen DeBoer era. They've always found a way to come back out of nowhere and pull off some miraculous Bama trademark, but I'm going to be honest, it's not looking great for him. At this point, they've got no choice but to find a way to open up the passing game, because right now they just can't get anything going. So far, Jermaine Bernard has been the game changer, and he's only got 18 yards. They haven't been able to get anything going offensively. Bama bullshit embarrassed my team this year. South Carolina's ass still more ACC titles than Miami, which is very funny, by the way. Miami has more playoff wins than they do ACC titles. Very funny. But yeah, no, I mean, South Carolina's the same team after all that blew a 27-point lead to A&M, so they can do anything at this point. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers. Good field position on this next drive. If they score here and go up by three scores, gonna be a rough comeback for Bama. But they're gonna need some luck here. In motion, takes the snap on a play action. No time to throw, and down he goes. That's a good start for Bama, I'll say that much. Big sack gonna throw him all the way back, around maybe 8 yards back. Needed that one. Not the best play. Yeah, that's a loss of 9. 2nd and 19 coming up now after that big sack. That might have just been the drive killer. We'll see. They're going to need another Charlie Becker clutch moment. Here it is, 2nd and 19. Going to hand this one off up the middle. Bama's ready for it. He still manages to get at least, I think, 7 yards. Gets him to the 42-yard line. But they've got some space to go. And, oh no. He's down. Keelan Black went down awkwardly. And he's hurt. Still on the ground. Ike's Deep One, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, Red not in the move for Billy and Cletus, it seems. Very unlikely. I think he'll recover pretty fast. Give him some time. Give him a few drinks. He'll find his way. It didn't take me long to recover. Yeah, that's not good for Indiana. If Keelan Black's down, that could be really bad for the Hoosiers. Oh, Bama, that's the thing. Bama's not like a lot of teams who, if they go down by a significant amount, they aren't built to come back. Bama does have the potential to come back. We've seen it before. We literally saw it in the last game. Went down 14-0, instantly got it right back together. All they need is one Xavier Brown pick 6, and they're right back in this thing. Don't laugh about someone getting injured. Nobody's laughing. Nobody likes to see injuries. I don't. Hope he's okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, not cool. Don't be rooting for injuries now. Not good. I didn't know Tennessee played in the Rose Bowl before. I don't think we... Yeah, well, actually, I don't think we have. That's the one bowl game we have yet to play in, actually, or the one New Year's Six. We played in all the others. We have yet to play in that one. Indiana's in a different league.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Yeah, I mean, I will admit, right now it looks like Indiana's the way better team, and it's not close. Just in the way they've been performing, they look like the way better team in this matchup. My concern, though, I mean, like, Bama will be able to shut them down more often than not. They're going to be able to shut down this offense. Here's the problem, though, if you're Alabama. How in the world are you going to find a way to score? You can't run the ball. Ty Simpson is running for his life on every snap because besides Caden Proctor, nobody can do anything worth pass protection. So what I want to know is how in the world are they going to find a way to score besides Xavier Brown getting another pick six? Here we go, back to throw, over the middle, got him, man, no, the ball pops out. They're ruling it a fumble, I think. I don't know, they might be incomplete. We'll see, I don't know, they might review that, but it looks to me that might have been incomplete. That's what they're ruling it at least. Riley Nowakowski was wide open over the middle. They gave it to him. And then the ball pops free as soon as he's tackled. And it's recovered by Keon Sabb. Looks like they're going to stick with it and say that was an incomplete pass. Caught a break right there because you're going to be able to pin him deep now, or at least try to. Here's Indiana with the punt. Looks like a good one. Sails all the way past the 15 where it'll be caught. Yeah, no, they caught a break there. I'll say that much. That very well could have been ruled a fumble. Now they're showing the last night's game with Miami and Ohio State. And now they're showing the Oregon game where they just brutalized Texas Tech. Yeah, that's disappointing, though, if you're a Red Raiders fan. I mean, if I were Texas Tech, I'd feel really bad about that one, too. You'd expect to score a single point in the playoffs, but as it stands, they've contributed just as much to the playoffs as Michigan State. Good job. First and 10 for Bama. Throw on the outside, complete. Not quite a first down, but he's going to get about 8 out of that one. Good pass on the outside to the sideline. It'll be second down. Josh Cuevas coming in the clutch right there. Bama's only got 3 first downs all game long. Here's a 2nd and 2. Back to pass again. Simpson over the middle. Got his man. First down. 4 yards on that. Good enough for it. That one's on Daniel Hill. Here we go. First down and 10 around the 27. 3 wide set. Looks like they're making a hot route here. Line's moving in motion. Takes the snap. Or not yet. Okay, now takes the snap in the I formation. Hands it off on the outside. Good blocking. And manages to break a few tackles to get about 5 or maybe 6 yards. Trying to open up this run game to Hill a little bit more, and it seems to be panning out for him at least a little bit now. They're going to give him 5 on that one. Now all alone in the 5 wide set. Here go Bart Simpson. Takes the snap, back to pass. Looking for somebody down the field. He will throw down the field. And good job to Ryan Williams to hang on to that one. He got hammered as he grabbed it. It'll be 1st and 10, Crimson Tide. Now they've got an offensive drive going. Gets them all the way to the 46-yard line, and they're almost to midfield. This is probably Bama's best offensive drive they've had all game. 3 wide set now. Direct snap. Throws a screen to Hill, who gets 3 yards on that one before he's taken out of bounds. 2nd down and 7 coming up. Yeah, they're re-showing D'Angelo Pons making that monstrous hit on Hill. All right, well, here we go. 2nd down and 7. Less than 5 minutes left to go in this first half. Man moving in motion over to the bunch. Another man moving in motion. Now he takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Nothing given on that one. Might be stopped behind the line of scrimmage. Gave it to Kevin Riley to try and make him do something again, and they weren't biting on it. Radcliffe is there to make the stop. Part of the problem here for Bama is that most of their O-line is just getting bullied right now. They can't go a single play without one of their linemen just getting thrown to the ground. 3rd and 7 coming up for the Crimson Tide. They're 1 for 4 on 3rd downs. This is their 5th attempt. 4 wide set. They might be bringing a blitz here. They've got 6 men on the line. Takes the snap. No, they're not going to blitz. Direct snap, trying to make something happen. They've got all the pressure around him. Now Simpson escapes, running for the 1st down. He will get it in a little bit more, but the ball pops free on a fumble. And it's Indiana football. Oh, just when they thought they had it. Who else but Bart Simpson? Oh, no. That was your moment. That was your moment. Ty Simpson got more than enough for the 1st down. But as he's going down, the ball is popped free by guess who? Guess who? Mr. D'Angelo Pons. He broke the ball free, and Indiana gets on it immediately. It's Hoosier ball around their own 40-yard line. They cannot catch a break. That was their chance. That was their chance to make this competitive again, and they just blew it. Well, at least it wasn't Kalen DeBoer going for it on a 4th down that turned the ball over. First turnover of the day. Takes the snap now up the middle. Maybe 4 yards, maybe 5 on that run right there by Hemby, and it'll be 2nd down. God, if Indiana's able to find a way to score here before the end of the half, it's going to be real tough for Bama to come back. Again, this is only a 2-score game. Like I said and been saying, all they need is Xavier Brown to make one key marquee play, and they're right back in this thing. But we'll see. 2nd and 6, 3 wide set. Takes the snap, Mendoza. Takes the snap for himself, trying to run away from the pressure. Gets down after a 3-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and 3, around the 48. And I think they're going to let this clock run down to the 2-minute warning. That's exactly what they're due. That's exactly what they're going to do. And there we have it. 2-minute warning in this Rose Bowl matchup. And from what it looks like, Indiana's going to try and let this clock run down to 0 before they do anything. Different leagues. Different leagues. Elaine Kiffin. As a Michigan fan, all I feel is pain. Damn. Hey, you should feel pretty happy. At least Ohio State ain't going to win the Natty, right? I want to see Indiana, Georgia in the national title. I wouldn't mind seeing Indiana there, but if we see the Mouse, that could end in the most disappointing, most hellish result. A dog-pocalypse. Again. Everything burns if Georgia wins over Indiana, the national championship. As a Georgia fan, I'm cautiously optimistic. Yeah, I'd be concerned too. Seeing all these teams and the way that they're playing in their games, especially the teams of the bye, a first-round bye, I'd be concerned as well. But if Indiana holds here, that proves the curse isn't necessarily real and just the teams just weren't that good. Squidtard, do you have your DMs open out of curiosity? My Twitter, my Twitter should be open. I would love for Ole Miss to win because A, F the mouse, and B, Kiffin is shat on more. Yeah, here's the problem though. I mean, it's been said, I think, that Kiffin earns like a couple, like $100,000 per every playoff win Ole Miss gets. So they're basically paying him to do nothing. Miami versus Oregon would have a lot of good narratives to it. First of all, both of those teams haven't won a natty. Well, specifically for Miami, they haven't won a natty in a long time, ever since their golden days back in 2001. And Oregon, obviously, never won a natty. The big donut, like their logo. And then, of course, the fact that it's Mario Cristobal versus Oregon. I mean, that's a hell of a game right there. Do you think Iowa might be fixed offense-wise, or do you think Mark was a one-off thing? Thing is about Mark Gronowski is that he wasn't even necessarily that great. I mean, he was better than anything they've seen in a long time, but them being mid on offense is well better than how it's been before. So I think there has been some major adjustments by Kirk Ferentz in Iowa. And at this point, I'm just surprised that he hasn't retired yet. I feel like the announcement is coming sooner than later, maybe next year. But eventually he will retire. But anyway, here we go. 3rd down and 3. Bama might be bringing the sun on this one, and they will. Here goes Mendoza on the run, trying to get away from the pressure. Nowhere to go. He will escape the pocket and then goes down after getting the first. Gets all the way past the 45-yard line. They were the entire Bama defensive line was swarming him. I don't know how in the world he escaped that. Heisman Mendoza. What more can you say? Tennessee offensive lineman Lance hurt his head. No, you can't be serious. What? I gotta see that. Hold on a second. Here's a run up the middle. No, it's going to be an outside run by Hemby. He breaks one tackle. He's still going. Gets about 9 yards on that one. First off, okay, let me. Are you serious? I saw where we're hiring Penn State's Andrew Jackson to our defensive staff. That's pretty cool. I like that. I'll have to look at that in just a second. All right. Anyway, 2nd and 2, handoff straight up the gut. 1st down, Indiana. Good push by Hemby. He gets the first. I think you're trolling. I think you're trolling me. Oh, you're not trolling. Okay, he's gone. Wow. You weren't kidding. Lance Hurd, offensive lineman for Tennessee, has hit the transfer portal. Give me a second. Yeah! Let's go! All right. 1st and 10. The officials are looking at something. I'm not really sure what, but they're looking at something. Was it the play clock? I don't know. Whatever it was, they're taking their sweet time doing it. Yeah, Lance Hurd was a massive bust. If he wasn't letting somebody right by him, he was holding. He was a massive bust. And with the right guy, instead of Glenn Ellerbe, he might have been something more than that, but it never panned out. Yeah, Glenn Ellerbe needs to go. I don't know why he's still coaching our team. He needs to go as well. So they're or are they reviewing to see where Hemby went down? Because that should be more than enough for the first, right? I'm not following. What? So they're reviewing to see if he got the first down? Ball spotted at the 35-yard line is what they're reviewing. Yeah, it looks to me like if that's what they're reviewing, then yeah, I think he got it. I don't know why. This seems like a gigantic waste of time. Yeah, I saw Grugmeyer's in the portal too. That's no big surprise. With Matt Campbell being there, I think he's gonna. I'm expecting Rocco Purdy to go up to Happy Valley. Okay, calls overturned. So what does that mean? Now the ball's at the 34 instead of the 35? I'm not really following. They burned up like what? 5 minutes of our time with that? And for what? Just because of 1 yard? Okay, great. Thank you for that. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers. 3 wide set. It's going to be a handoff. Got some blockers in front. Breaks a tackle, or nearly breaks a tackle. Goes through one man to get 7 yards. Hemby is having himself a day. Gets out of bounds too, so the clock will stop. Good run again. Can't ask for much more than that. Here's a 4 wide set. On the throw, Mendoza on a play action. Got a man, 1st down, still running. Gets a bunch more yards after that one. And now they're in the red zone. They're cooking on this drive. Got a minute left to do something with it. Either way, it's looking like they're going to get more points. Here we go. Outside throw, out of bounds. Gets 6 more yards out of that one. They're inside the 10. 50 seconds left on the play clock, and Indiana's still got a timeout in their pocket. Don't score too soon. Remember, Bama's still got, if you score, Bama's still got, 40-something seconds to do something with themselves and 2 timeouts, even though they haven't been able to. Here we go, 2nd and 5. Directly at the 10-yard line, 4 wide set, man moving in motion. Takes the snap. It's a handoff up the middle again. Working the edge, and this is good enough for the first. Keelan Black that time is able to get inside the 5, and it's going to be 1st and goal from the 4 for Indiana. Not looking good for Bama. Their defense is having a hard time stopping them on every drive, and their offense just cannot do anything. Here we go. Bunch formation. 2 receivers out on 1st and goal. Takes the snap. Handoff. Up the middle again. Good push by Keelan Black. Gets all the way to around the 1. 2nd and goal. The clock will go down, and Cignetti might call a timeout here. I would wait. I don't know. You've only got 1 timeout to burn, but they're not going to wait. They're going to use it. 18 seconds left on the clock. It's 2nd and goal. Hoosiers are going to burn their last timeout. Yeah, whatever anybody says about Mendoza, make sure it's a positive thing. If anybody says anything mean about the way Fernando Mendoza looks, ban him immediately. If anybody says anything mean, anything slightly mean about Mendoza and the way he looks, ban him. Just don't even give him a timeout. Just ban him. Oh my goodness. Glad Keelan Black is healthy again. Seems to be okay. He looked like he took a monster injury earlier. Here we go. Clock up to 21 seconds. Looks like they gave him a few extra seconds. So here we go. 21 seconds. If they don't get there, are they going to run now? Because, well, if they don't get it on a run, they might burn the rest of that clock on accident. They better be careful what they do here. But they are at the 1. Only 1 yard left to go. 2nd and goal. Everybody lined up in a goal line formation. Play action. Mendoza throws to the end zone. Wide open man. Nobody within the sight of Omar Cooper making the catch. And there you have it. Touchdown Hoosiers.
Alabama.
Not looking good. Not looking good right now for Bama. 11 plays, 58 yards. Took up the last bit of time Bama had left to go down the field and attempt to score. They've got 17 seconds, Ryan Williams never, by the way, to potentially do something. But considering how their offense has been getting melted all night long like grilled cheese, I don't think they have any good odds in their favor. Extra point is good. Speaking of 17, that's how many points Indiana has. It's 17-0. They are running through the Crimson Tide right now. Ay, ay, ay. They had Xavier Brown on him, too. I mentioned him earlier, how he needs to show up and make a good play. But now he's just getting walloped as well. They've got nothing. I'm gonna admit it's not looking hot for Bama. I don't know if we needed to establish that yet, but yeah, it's not looking good for the Crimson Tide. Here we go, 17 seconds. This ball is well out, and it'll be a touchback. So, can Bama go the distance? Can they go 75 yards in 17 seconds? Because that's all they've got left in this half. Google me. We might have to turn that into a soundbite. We might need to turn Google me into a soundbite. And Bama just outright refuses to do anything. Simpson takes a knee, and that's your half. 17-0. Indiana on top of Alabama. It's been all Hoosier this entire half. Bama hasn't been able to get anything going on offense through the entirety of this first half. And you best know that Kirk Cignetti is absolutely not satisfied. He's going to come out guns a-blazing in the second half. Kalen Abozo better figure out something. He better get it together in this second half and figure out a way to score or move the ball downfield. Otherwise, they're quite literally cooked. The odds aren't good for him, I'll say that much. The odds are not great for him. Well, that's a good pickup for Tennessee. I'm watching this. Well, first of all, Lance Hurd's gone, so yay. Yay. Nothing against the guy personally. He just, the entire time he was here, he was never the 5-star he was supposed to be. Yeah, Google me. We beat the shite out of top 25 teams. Kurt is getting revenge for Saban not noticing him. Yeah, I guess so. He's certainly noticing him now. Holy hell, man. Yeah, I haven't seen Bama get dragged up and down the field like this in the playoff run since Trevor Lawrence did it. This is bad. This is terrible for him. Hypothetical halftime show. Well, I'll say this, it ain't looking pretty. Let's catch up on some stats, shall we? Because I'm sure you guys are interested in that. Here we go. So this really tells you the whole story. Indiana's got a total of over 150 yards. They've got 93 yards passing and 86 yards rushing. Mendoza is 10 of 12 for 93 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Great day so far by Mendoza. Most of the work has been done by Charlie Becker. He had the 30-yarder that put them in prime position to score earlier. He also has the touchdown, or one of the touchdowns. The other one belongs to, of course, Omar Cooper, who's only got 1 yard, 1 reception, 1 touchdown. Triple ones for Omar Cooper. Here's your stats for Alabama, and this tells you the whole story. Less than 100 total yards. 64 yards passing. Not bad, but that could absolutely be better. No touchdowns. That's a given. And then here's the kicker. 29 total 29 total yards rushing. If you I mean, how many sacks did Indiana's defense have so far? Not one. Bama's defense has been all over Mendoza. They've got 3 sacks, 5 TFLs. They've been all over Fernando Mendoza. Well, here's the problem. Not good enough. Not good enough because he's able to find weapons and they can run the ball. Meanwhile, you aren't getting that. You aren't getting that out of Bart Simpson. You aren't getting any of that. They just cannot get it going in any capacity right now. And that's going to be a big problem. Yeah, 29 rushing yards. They have 30. They have 30 if you don't include that Jermaine Bernard 4th down attempt at their own 30, which, again, one of the dumbest play calls they could have ever come up with, ever. Had you not done that, you would have probably been down 13-0, 10-0 right now. You would have been in a way better position had you not done something stupid like that. You probably would. I mean, you wouldn't be much better, but it still would have been way better. Much better, way better. You get what I'm saying. Well, the talent fee no longer applies to Bama. I'd say Indiana right now has got that going for them. The talent gap is pretty even. Ay. Squid needs to edit tie into a corny, depressed Bart Simpson. Oh, God. Maybe. Right now, Ryan Day's pierced nipples can stay right there, but maybe in the future. Here, I think that stomach cramp thing is back, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break. So, Squidtard's got to make a run to the bathroom. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. You guys keep yourselves comfortable, grab a bite to eat. Maybe go to Twitter, check on the coping Alabama fans, because there's certainly a lot of those. And we'll be back in about 5. So stay tuned. Ah.
To win, you gotta not lose.
To win, you gotta not lose. Ain't that right? Okay, well, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, see, I don't think he's very happy right now. Hey, quit! You quit! Stop! Enough. Chill. Scooter. Okay, alright, you win. I just wanted you to say, I wanted you to say hello to the people for a second. There you go. Bye-bye. Yeah, Scooter's camera shy, in case you didn't know. You want me to go find Smokey? I'll go find Smokey. Alright, Smokey. I hate... Come here, you buddy. I hate to awaken you from your nap. Okay, I got him. There's Smokey. You're so sweet. He actually is sweeter than Scooter, though. Okay. There you go. Okay. Do. Well, anyway, how's y'all's Thursday going? Hope it's going great. All right, well, I'll say this. If nothing else, I'll definitely say this. This is an ass whooping. Like, I know, and the thing is about this game, it's not like Bama's just terrible. They didn't make it this far by just being terrible. I think Indiana's just that good. There's a reason why they're the #1 team right now, and it ain't because they Mickey Mouse their way here. They played through the gauntlet, beat the gauntlet for the most part, and now they're putting the whooping on Alabama. This is probably the best team, and if it ain't Indiana's year, I don't know who it's going to be. Because there's only a handful of teams right now that I think have got a legitimate big time shot against this squad. One of them is Miami for sure. The Canes could definitely cause some big problems for Indiana. Same goes for the Mouse, unfortunately. If the Mouse does what they're supposed to tonight and beats Ole Miss, they've got just as much of a good shot as anybody of taking down the what I think is the Goliath of college football at the current moment in Indiana. Same goes for Oregon. You know, Oregon is, pending Indiana holds, which they absolutely should, as long as they do what they're supposed to, them and the Ducks in a rematch, that's going to be a hell of a game. And they've got as much of a good shot as anybody does right now. Different leagues. Not conferences. Different leagues. I just saw some brain-dead commenter predict Arch Manning as the overall #1 draft pick next year, and a commenter called Mendoza a bum. Ooh. Well, Mendoza's not a bum. Whoever said that is out of their mind. That's a statement that's worse than the Arch Manning as a #1 overall draft pick. Because I will say this, Arch, as much shit as I've given him for looking as bad as he did early on in the year, he has steadily improved as the year has gone on. That's been proven by his last 2 games of the season. The regular season game against A&M and then the bowl game against Michigan. He looked good in that one. If he plays like that in a majority of their games next year, they're going to win. And the worst part is, he starts out and his conference opener next year is as Tennessee and Knoxville. Not looking forward to how that's going to look. But then again, our defense could look very different. Who knows? Oregon got totally handled in their own building. Well, it was a marginally close game. It wasn't like they got blown out. They made it competitive at the bare minimum, but Indiana just played better. It was a good game. Squidtard made Ty Simpson crying like Colonel Reb. Check the meme section. I saw it. Good job. It's a good one. So, Squid, did you see the host losing at all, to be honest? Are you talking about the Hoosiers? Because I had Bama winning this game. Dude, I've been having a legacy run with who I've picked so far. The only one I've gotten right in the quarterfinals so far has been Oregon. I picked Ohio State to beat Miami. We saw how that turned out, and then I picked Indiana, or I picked Bama to beat Indiana, and we're seeing how that's turned out. Did you see? Okay, did you see Ohio State losing at all? No, that was the one I was most confident about. And I think a lot of people agree with me on that because Miami came into that game as a 10-point underdog. I didn't think they had the offense to keep up with Ohio State. And not that Ohio State's offense is any good. I just didn't think Ruben Bain would make as much of an impact as he did in that game, and he did. He obliterated that Ohio State O-line the entire night. I thought Caden Curry would have done more to Carson Beck, and he just didn't. I mean, he did enough to make some plays, I guess, but he didn't really show up in that game at all. Scooter's at the wall. He's at the door trying to get in. Meow. Meow. He's not allowed in here. Because I know he's going to go under the bed, and I've got my lights under there. And while they're hanging down, because I haven't fixed them yet, my bed lights are still down on the ground here under this bed. So right now, throughout this stream, unfortunately, the cats are banned. They are not allowed to come in here. Because I have a marginal concern that, because the whole reason we got new lights is because they tore up the first set. I don't want them down here because I've got a feeling either him or Smokey is going to try to get in here, and they're just going to chew away at these lights, and that'll be a big problem. He broke Saiyan's spirit and his body. And his pride. So is Indiana the consensus favorite if they win today? They already are. They're the new favorite to win it after Ohio State got eliminated. Squad went to a Wisconsin Badgers basketball game a couple of weeks ago. It was pretty good. Cool. That's good. Good to hear. If Alabama comes back, the South will experience Chernobyl levels of radioactivity on every thread. They're not built for this comeback. I'm telling you right now, Indiana's winning this game. They're not coming back from this. The only way that they can possibly come back is if they somehow manage to miraculously open up the run game to some capacity, and that doesn't just happen. They can't just miraculously find out how to play offensive line better. They need to make some. They needed some God level adjustments going into this one, and they just haven't had that. How's the Music City Bowl? Besides the game itself, which was an actually good game, the game itself was. I mean, the whole interaction between fans, because as you guys know, I was stuck smack dab right in the middle of the Illinois section because, well, I didn't think about that when I bought the tickets. So we were stuck smack dab right in the middle of the Illinois section. But no, they were respectful. We had a fun time, chirping into the Illinois fans, and then they gave us a lot of hell back whenever they scored. It was a good time. It was definitely way better than the Music City Bowl that I went to a couple of years ago. Still, I don't want to go back. But it was definitely better. But here we go. Second half getting ready to go underway. Putting this ball over to Alabama. Yeah, we're going to have to get some new tape for this. I know that for a fact. Ay. All right. Kyle Marsh, appreciate the 5, buddy. Thank you. Says, A&M fan here. Should I cheer on Miami to keep on winning? Also, we are the only Texas team to score. That is true. You guys did score. Can't say that about Texas Tech. And it doesn't necessarily matter who you choose. You should just hope for a good game. Anyway, 5 wide set. Takes the screen to Ryan Williams. Nowhere to go on that one. Indiana was all over it. That's a loss of about 4, and they're going to be well back. It's going to be second and long for Bama. Yeah, for an A&M fan, from your perspective, unless if you got a rival or a fan base that you hate, you should just hope for a good game. Because right now, the primary objective in my eyes is to eliminate Georgia. Past that point, I just hope for some good games. Well, Bama losing is pretty funny, I'll say that much, but yeah, they're seeing where that's going. 2nd and 12. 4 wide set, man moving in motion. Bart Simpson all alone in the backfield. They're coming after him. Ball is tapped down. He threw right into the face of one of the Illinois defenders. And Landino's there to slam it down. It's going to be 3rd and long for the Crimson Tide. Legacy opening drive. Mario Landino is right there to bat the ball away. 3rd and 12. Basically need a prayer right here. They've got no other options. They're 1 for 5 on 3rd downs. Here's their 7th one coming up. Might be bringing a blitz here. I think they're seeing it. Back to throw. Simpson looking. Not a lot of time to throw. He does get it off at the line of scrimmage. Not much lane to get. And he's going to go down after about a 5-yard gain. Got it to Josh Cuevas for about a 5-yard gain, but then nothing more than that. It's basically just a prayer shot. It's going to be 4th down. 3 and out for the Crimson Tide offense when they needed it the least. The Hoosiers will get the ball back and might get it back in prime position. The news just gets all the more worse. A little bit of motion on the punt here. He takes it. Might blow. Oh, my goodness. That one nearly got blocked. They broke through on that one. Taking it back all the way from the 20. And good protection right there. Slams him down after getting to the 20. At least you didn't muff the punt, but good job by Bama to get in there and aggressively take him down. Indiana's going to be back all the way around the 20s where they'll start this next drive. Now, if I had to guess, they're getting ready to take the Miami route, seeing where they are, and they're going to milk the ever-living hell out of this clock as they go down the field. What more can you ask for? Every single time you get the ball back, you should be trying to chew about 6 to 7 minutes every single time. The more you chew, the less time Bama has to get back in it. Here we go, 1st and 10, 2 men on the right. Going to be a handoff. on the outside, able to break the first tackle, get some yardage out of it. That one could have been broken back all the way 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but he was able to make a play out of that. That's crazy. The Kirk Cignetti run has just been insane. I mean, this has just been an insane run for Cignetti. Started from D2, came up to D1, then he had James Madison, made it to the FCS National Championship in his first season, and now look what he's doing for Indiana. It's just insane. Run up the middle right there, not much given, and it'll be 3rd down coming up. And yeah, as expected, they're going to, I mean, the fact that they're able to show this type of stuff as they're waiting on this next down really goes to show that, I mean, they're milking this clock as expected. Here's a 3rd down and 3 on a 4-wide set. Takes the snap, Mendoza on a quarterback run, able to break a tackle. He's off to the races. Gets down after about a 10-yard gain, and it'll be 1st down for the Hoosiers. And they'll milk more of that clock. Tonight on Dixieland Destruction. Yeah, this is destruction, no doubt. In the words of Tommy Castellanos, Saban isn't here to save them. Yeah, he's doing them like Castellanos right now, I'll say that much. Handoff on the outside. Breaks them 1 tackle, good enough for 6 yards. 2nd down, gets him all the way to the 41-yard line. This is really bad if you're Bama. Because not only are you missing out on more time to maybe get back in this one, but they're progressing down the field with ease. They might score another touchdown. And then you're pretty much just omitting any chance to come back. 2nd and 5. 3-wide set. Might be bringing a blitz. They are. It's a corner blitz. Mendoza reads it. He's rolling out of the pocket. Now he's going to run for himself. He's got the 1st down. Gets past the 50. And then down all the way around the 47. He gets out of bounds. Keeps the clock rolling, as you guys know. Ay. They just can't figure out how to stop him. Mendoza is just having a phenomenal day. If it's not him running it, then it's somebody else. They've got over 100 rushing yards and counting. They just hit the 200-yard threshold. They're having a phenomenal day. From the 47, man moving in motion, takes the snap. It's going to be a screen on the outside. Got his man. Past the 50, getting to the 40. He's going to be stopped around the 41-yard line, but a good gain, good enough for 6. That was Omar Cooper on the screen, and he'll get about 6 of that. And they are just continuously going down the field right now. They've already burned 5 minutes of this clock. Here we go. 2nd and 4 from the 41. Man almost jumped off sides. Lucky to get away with that one. Clean game right here, by the way. Not many penalties, if any, at all. Here's a handoff. Up the middle. Breaks 1 tackle. Still going. Gets the 1st down and then some. Keelan Black with another great run. That one good enough for about 7 or 8 yards. And they are just cruising down the field. It's like Bama doesn't even care anymore. It's like they know they're cooked. Literally, it looks like they don't even care. Wow, Bama doesn't even have 100 yards of offense. Indiana just hit 225. They're just dominating. Here we go. Handoff to Hemby on the outside. Tries to break through the line. Can't get much more than a yard after he hurdles over a man. It'll be 2nd down. The fact that Indiana has not only 1, not just 2, but 3 different weapons just to run the football really tells you everything you need to know. And I'm not talking about the running backs. I'm talking about Mendoza as well. Mendoza can run the ball with efficiency too. Even then, though, if he doesn't need to run it, he'll pass it down your throat. It's insane. Here we go. 2nd and 8. Bunch formation. 3 receivers out. Cooper moving in motion. Probably going to throw it to him. On a direct snap. plenty of time to throw. He'll just run this one out, scrambling to the pocket, and he's going to get maybe just a yard short of the first down. It'll be 3rd and 1 coming up for the Hoosiers. See what I mean? If he doesn't find anybody open, he'll just scramble his way. Yeah, this team is just an absolute monster. I don't really see how there's anybody that's going to compete with this. I mean, you can compete with them, but it's going to be incredibly brutal. 3rd down and 1, bunch formation again. 2 receivers lined up to the left. Takes the snap. Direct snap, Mendoza. Looking, throws. End zone shot. Got a man wide the hell open. And the beatdown continues. Oh, no. It is continuing. Elijah Sarek caught beating his man. 24-yard reception touchdown. And the beatdown gets worse. 23-0 is your score. This is bad. This is bad. The beatdown is getting all the more worse, and now it's a blowout. Now it's a dadgum blowout. Here's the extra point, and it's good. 24-0 is your score now. So not only did Indiana just manage to take out half of the time left in this 3rd quarter, but they ran the entire way down the field and scored. Yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again. It's over. It's actually over. I know Bama's been built for some insane comebacks, but this thing's over. There's nothing they can do. There's quite literally nothing they can do. Ay, ay, ay. Bama can't come back against a team that's complete. Yeah, that's the problem. There's no exploitable holes here. There's nothing they can do to adjust to a team that's just this complete all over the place. And that's what it is. They are complete all over the place. Are you not entertained? Yeah, no, this is pretty entertaining, I'll say that much. At least this is the blowout. Rather it be the mouse, but hey, I'm not mad about it. All right. Alan Nadeau, thank you very much for the 5. Thank you. So, Oregon versus Indiana, round 2. Oregon's got receivers this time, so the beating will be less. I hope. Yeah, don't count on it. Who knows? Right now, Indiana has gotten red hot at the right time, and they're the only team that's gotten a first-round bye that's actually showing up. You got to give them credit for that, if nothing else. Indiana is the only team throughout this playoff run, throughout the 12-team playoff, that got a first-round bye and then actually showed up to play. I haven't seen Bama handled like this since Clemson in 2019. Well, Georgia did this too. Georgia did something like this as well. Not to this extent, but they did something like this. Shut down the run game so they were forced to pass, and even then there was no options available because Ryan Williams was shut down and they had no other options left. Whatever you want to say about Julian the Super Saiyan and how he has only Jeremiah Smith vision, it's that with Bart Simpson and Ryan Williams to an amped up level beyond a degree we've never seen before. Little Bats, thank you for the 5. Thank you. Says, people mocked me about Sig's revenge tour. My relatives bet against Sig. My New Year's bank will be epic. Oh, yeah. No, anybody who bet Indiana to win the national championship, they might be getting some big money. Away on leave, thank you for the 2. Says, Cal in the semifinal with their former quarterback and head coach. Cal's going to pretend like they did something. Good for them. Cal's gonna pretend like they showed up, like they contributed to this. It's like Ohio State saying that they contributed to LSU's natty since Joe Burrow started with them. Or Lord forbid Miami finds a way to win it all, then Georgia fans come out, oh, Carson Beck, he started with the dogs. Yeah, no, this is an entirely new thing to see. Is Indiana, the Indiana Hoosiers, one of the worst college football programs overall, giving it all and more to this poor Alabama team. I almost feel bad. Almost being the key word there. Kirk Signetti, the beating will continue until morale improves and the SEC media put some respect on the G5 and James Madison. Yeah, after this, the different leagues principle comes down to whoever wins the Ole Miss Georgia game. Past that point, that's all they got. There's nothing else. All right. Alan Nadeau, thank you very much for becoming a soldier of Tardaria. Welcome to the club, buddy. Thank you very much for becoming a channel member. You're a real one. All right. All right, indeed. Trent Johnson, appreciate the $5 super chat, says, are your cheeks still red from when we came up to Knoxville this season, or are they red from Illinois putting the belt on you? Or are you talking, which team are you talking about? That's important to note, because there's multiple teams that did that. So you got to be more specific. Please do that next time if you're going to talk shit, all right? Thank you for the 5, though. Much appreciated. There's nothing you can say about my team that's going to make me suddenly start crying. Everything you say, I already know. No, I think this is probably a Dog fan, or an Oklahoma fan, or a Vandy fan. One of the three. Narrowed it down to those 3 at the bare minimum. Well, here we go. 1st and 10. 7:46 left to go in the third quarter. Bama needs something, and they need it now. A screen on the outside. Good enough to get back to the line of scrimmage, but nothing else. I enjoy your content from a Dog fan. Fair enough, yeah. Nope, you guys beat our ass. So did Oklahoma, so did Vandy. I'm not gonna suddenly deny that. Like, that's all true. That's not going to stop me from giving anybody hell. I'm a college football fan as much as I am a Tennessee fan. 2nd and 9, 3 wide set for Bama. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap, back to throw. Simpson looking for somebody. Rolling out of the pocket, down the field. Not much given. Thought about throwing pump fakes. Now he goes out around the 40. Manages to get the first down. Wait a minute, that's not Simpson. Did they bench Ty Simpson? Wow, they did. I didn't notice. I was so focused on the comment, I didn't even notice. Yeah, Ty Simpson got put on the bench, you guys. Austin Mack has been in the game. Wow, that's hilarious. Sven Kruzberg, thank you for becoming a member of Tardaria. Thank you, thank you. That's Austin Mack. Wow, that's hilarious. I didn't realize they put him on the bench. Here goes Mack, handoff, up the middle. Nothing given there. Maybe 1 yard by Daniel Hill. It'll be 2nd and 9. Wow, wowee. Did Ty Simpson get hurt or did he just get put on the bench? Because I didn't see him get hurt. Did he get hurt going to the locker room or something? Or was it on that last drive? Because I didn't see it. They must have said something and I just missed it because I can't hear the commentary. His feelings got hurt. Here goes Mack, back to throw. Looking for a receiver downfield. Not a lot of time to throw. He does get it off. He's got a wide open man. Jermaine Bernard gets out of the sideline, out of the 25-yard line. No doubt Bama's best play all game long. They said he got hurt. Okay, got it. Wow. That might come back to give Bama some favoritism, though. They were ready for that one. Indiana got cooked. Jermaine Bernard tried to stay in balance. He'll get out around the 25-yard line. Still no doubt Bama's best play all game long. Still, you've got 25 yards to get to the end zone, and this is where Indiana's defense comes up clutch the most. And Mack is going to use a timeout on the first down. Interesting call. Kalen DeBoer doesn't really understand it, but they're going to burn a timeout off of that one. Ay, ay, ay. Down 3 possessions and using a timeout there is bad. Yeah, that I don't know why Austin Mack decided to do that. That was goofy. You need all the timeouts you can get right now, and that was not the right move. The time to use a timeout when you're down by 3 scores is not there. Thing is though, Daiso, I don't think if they don't get this first, if they don't get it on this drive, they're going to go for it on 4th down. So the shutout could still definitely be preserved. But I think Indiana is playing a little bit more conservative on defense. They don't want to get overly aggressive and let some big plays happen. We just saw what happened when they tried to get overly aggressive. Man missed Jermaine Bernard, and he got like 50 yards out of that one. Austin Mack is the future. After that one play, he might be. I don't know. You have to wonder if it's because of the injury or if it's something else. Bama's problem is not the offense, it's the run defense. Indiana will march down and they will and score again. Well, here's the thing. It would have been a 10-point game at the end of the half had Alabama not decided to go for it on 4th down at their own 30. That's one thing I can agree with. 1st and 10, man moving in motion for Bama. Here goes Mack, back to throw. Plenty of time to get it off. Now the pressure's on him. He throws late. Got a man. 1st down inside the 10. What a throw. There you go. They've got motion going for him. Cueva's open. Inside the 10, it's going to be 1st and goal, Alabama. He's already outplayed Bart Simpson off of that alone. All right, well, from the 9, got a man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking for the end zone. A direct snap. He takes off. Austin Mack got some lanes, and he's going to go down around the 5. Gets 4 yards on that one, and it's going to be 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. Indiana's hopes of preserving the shutout are very unlikely at this point in time. And unless Alabama decides to go for 2, though, they're still going to be up by 2 scores. Hell, they're up by they might still be up by 3 scores if they score here. So they'll probably go for 2. We'll see. 2nd and goal from the 5. Bunch formation again. Takes the snap. Looking on a direct snap. Throws on a screen. He slips down before he can get back to the line of scrimmage. He completed the screen over to Daniel Hill. When he slips around the 10, it'll be 3rd and goal, backed up all the way back at the 10. Yeah, don't understand the delay screen call. That's a goofy one. You can tell they're playing conservative. They're afraid now that they're in a position where they can score. They're once again afraid to let their quarterbacks throw down the field. You can't be doing that in this position. You're down by 4 scores. Let them do something. And time is absolutely not on your side. You've got less than 20 minutes left. Here we go. 3rd and goal. Backed up from the 10-yard line. 4-man set. In the bunch. Takes the snap. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. They're for real now. Here he goes on the throw. Matt gets it off, and it's incomplete. Holy crap. He took a big hit right there trying to catch it. It was a design throw to the outside. Indiana read it and threw him down to the ground before he could make something happen. Ay. First attempt for Lazier Brooks, and he couldn't get anything out of that. Yeah, good grief. They shoved him down. 4th and goal. Alabama will go for the field goal. Connor Talty, easy one to make right here to at least not get shut out. 28-yard attempt, little bit to the left. Snap, hold, kick, right through, and nailed it. It's good. Alabama's got points. Woo! Alabama's got points, everybody. They managed to score a single amount of points. Yes, sir.
Oh, Alabama.
Wow. Wowee wow. They made that gun field goal.
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
Yep, game's over. Alabama won. Remember, there were a bunch of people in this comment section right now. I saw y'all saying that this game was over and that that Bama was going to win the moment Mendoza got sacked on 1st down. There are half of you people in the comment section saying, oh, it's over, Bama wins. That is hilarious. Man, I'm not used to the fact it gets dark outside this quick. It's got to feel extra weird over in Nashville. In Nashville, it got pitch black at like 5 o'clock. So weird. Never forget, they were on the 5 with 2 downs left and ended the drive at the 10. Yeah, because they threw a screen 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Well, it's an SEC thing. That's literally what it is. It's an SEC thing. Texas did the same thing. Not a screen, but a halfback toss. 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. They lost a bunch of yards off of it. Completely killed their drive against Ohio State last year. This is also Indiana's first Rose Bowl win. If it holds, yes, it is. This is probably their biggest win in program history if it holds. And before, that was the Big Ten championship win they had over Ohio State. Now this will be the biggest win over that, winning the Rose Bowl. And if they win the next one, that'll be the biggest win in program history. This is a year that'll go down in infamy. I think it's less Bama's fraudulent and more that Indiana is just that good. Because if Bama's fraudulent for getting beat down by Indiana like this, then so is pretty much everybody else. Still funny to laugh at them, though. I will admit that. Cannot argue with that statement. Yeah, I'm waiting for them to hand the ball off to Caden Proctor. When's that coming? So if this score holds, then that means the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl on January 9th will be between Indiana and Oregon. It'll be a rematch of the regular season game where Indiana put the whooping on them at Autzen Stadium. And then, of course, tonight at 8 o'clock, we have SEC game rematch, Ole Miss and Georgia. Winner of that goes on to play the Canes. And was it the Fiesta Bowl? Is that what that is? I think it is, maybe not. I forget. Would Indiana winning a title make it the most difficult run to a national title ever? They said that about Ohio State last year. I mean, there's really no point in that, but it's potentially so. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they had to go through some incredible competition to get here, so who knows? Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers at the 25. Straight up the gut on first down. Nothing given there. It's going to be 2nd down and 10. Did a great job shutting down that one. We'll see if they can do it again. Again, though, time is not on their side, and you best know that the Hoosiers are going to be milking the ever-living crap out of this clock just like they did on the last drive. Here we go. 2nd and 10. 4 wide set for the Hoosiers. Expect a pass play here. They probably will roll with that. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. It's a handoff. Directly up the middle again. Not much given there either. He does get a positive gain, but Block's not able to get much more than about 2 yards, so it'll be 3rd down and 8. If Indiana stalls out here, that'll give Bama some momentum now that they finally managed to score a little bit. Mendoza back in the huddle. I wonder what they're doing. This might be some trickery here. Hoosiers 6 of 9 on 3rd down conversions. 4 wide set once again for him. Back to pass. Mendoza on the throw. Takes the shot over the middle. Got his man for the first ender. Breaks a tackle. Still moving past the 50. All the way down to the 40. And finally taken out inside around the 41. Oh, bad tackling right there. Allowed that one to happen. Nowakowski on the outside is wide open. Gets past his man. Breaks a tackle. Breaks another tackle. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Nobody can tackle. The only one that can actually take him out was Xavier Brown. Everybody else was just missing. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I would crash out if I were watching number 13 on Bama right now. Ivan Taylor. I'd be crashing out because he did the scoop the legs thing. Now here's a run play directly up the middle. Oh, nearly got away from everybody. Keelan Black nearly broke free. There was one Bama man behind him, and he was able to tackle him by the legs, but that was it. He is lucky. I mean, Bama is lucky to get away with that one. They're just getting melted right now. Bray Hubbard able to at least tackle him. He's been the MVP for the defense so far, but it really doesn't matter all that much. That takes it to the end of the 3rd quarter. Put your fours up, everybody. We're reaching the end of this one. Indiana up by 3 touchdowns over Alabama. in the final quarter of the Rose Bowl. Indiana finally can no longer talk about how their basketball rings like a certain SEC team. Ooh, yeah, that's right. That's right. They'll still be talking about it, but at least they have something else to talk about now. The Tim Banks curse is spreading. Yeah, I literally saw this dude. I saw this dude literally go like, ooh, ooh. And not only did he just flat out embarrassed himself because he scooped the legs and then just fell on his ass on the ground. Yeah. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Did Indiana buy players? I'm sincerely asking. Well, even when the season began, they didn't have a lot of hype going for them. When the season started, they weren't getting all the preseason hype like Texas Tech was. They weren't buying all these superstar players like they were. What you're looking at is the result of a coach and the coaches around him who know their players, know the holes on their team, know how to adapt, know to win or how to adjust. It is the perfect example of prime level coaching. That's exactly how they got here last year when they had the remnants of whatever Tom Allen left for Signetti. Brought him all the way to the playoffs the first year. Now here he is at 13-0 undefeated. Even with good talent, you don't get here just by the talent alone. Yeah. Dare I say the word development. Because that's what it came down to for the most part. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. They're moving the goalpost again with Alabama being in the playoffs. They're saying Alabama never should have been in, and by proxy, Oklahoma shouldn't have been in either. They should have been replaced with Notre Dame and BYU because they were the way better teams, actually. And of course, they're saying this is all a product of SEC bias. This was to be expected, though. That's exactly what it was expected to come down to. Here we go. Start of the fourth quarter. Run play up the middle. Good for about 2 yards. 2nd and 8 coming up. Gets them all the way to around the 25-yard line. Austin Mack is the future for now. There's no guarantee he doesn't hit the portal. You think your player is safe until he isn't. That's all it all comes down to. Here we go, from the 25. 3 wide set for Indiana. Takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff again to Keelan Black, who breaks the tackle, still running. He's going to get all the way free, and he's gone! The beatdown commences even worse than before. 25 yards all the way home. Indiana scores yet another touchdown. And here now it's over. We can now say it's officially over. If it wasn't before, it absolutely is now. Wow. You think Hemby's going to be the one to run Indiana's run game, and then you see Keelan Black, and it's the same thing. Just such insane talent all around the field. Here's the extra point. It's good. This is a monster of a team, you guys. It is. The reality of the situation is this is an absolute monster of a team. It isn't even that. They're not the most talented team, but it's a program of which knows their assignments, know where they are on the field, and can make plays where they happen. Offensive line knew where to block perfectly. It's just, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Guess we don't have to worry about the rules of the playoffs being changed. First round buys still matter. Ed Shadowbear, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Says Bama's backup is low-key cooking for a bit. He might even be better than Bart Simpson, but yeah, Bama looks cooked. Saban would be tearing them apart. Yeah, no, it's... If this were a Saban coach team right now, I guarantee you this, Bar Simpson would have been out way earlier than that. Austin Mack would have seen the field way earlier. He probably would have seen the field well before this game. He would have gotten a lot of playing time in the SEC championship, I'll tell you that much. Ay, ay, ay. Well, looks like we get to tell Alabama to get out again, you guys. First, I got to tell Texas Tech to do it, but then I get to tell Bama to get out. Wow. India's a juggernaut now. They will take it all the way. There isn't many teams that are going to be able to contend with that. I think right now the top 4 teams that are going to be in the playoffs are going to be the top 4 teams. There's not going to be any flukes. Oregon, Indiana, Miami, and what's probably going to end up being Georgia. Those are your 4 top. Those are the top best teams in the country right now. If Ole Miss finds a way to win, that'll probably end up being a little fluky, I'll say. I do think Ole Miss is really, really good. I don't know if they can beat Georgia. It's going to take something pretty fluky, I think. But we'll see. Crazier things have happened, I'll say that much. Yeah, but this is... Right now, Indiana, they're the number 1 team for a reason. They are really good. Really daggum good all over the place. And what I'm looking at from Signetti kind of reminds me of Kyle Whittingham. And I'm not saying that they're on the same level. I think he's done better job coaching than Whittingham has. But it's a team that's not necessarily the most talented, but they know their assignments. They're free of mistakes. They don't make any of those. They perfectly execute all of their plays. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that. Sometimes it's the better coached teams that wound up winning over the most talented. We've seen that plenty of times before. Ohio State and Alabama are 2 teams that had the talent fee over this squad, and yet here they are putting the absolute belt to cheeks on this poor sorry sack of shit known as Bama. Ay, ay, ay. Well, here we go. Pretty much just saving time at this point. 4:21 left to go in this ball game. Here's Austin Mack back to throw on a play action. Plenty of time to throw. They aren't bringing any pressure. Rolls out. Still got time. Throws to the sideline. Incomplete. That's another thing. This is an Indiana team that doesn't make mistakes. I don't know what you do against a squad like that. If Miami and Indiana do meet in the national championship, you're going to have to hope that Reuben Bain is able to do what he was able to do to Ohio State's offensive line. Because otherwise, Mendoza's going to carve that defense apart. This is an elite squad right here. Mack back to throw again. They bring the pressure on him this time, and down he goes. Loss of about 10 yards on that one. They get right through, and they're still bringing pressure on him. They're not even blitzing, you guys. Let's see. Yeah, they brought 4 that time. There was 6 on the line, though. They only brought 4. Ay, ay, ay. Mikael Camara with the sack. Pins Bama back 20 or 10 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 20. Mac back to throw. He throws early, gets it off, throws to a ghost at the sideline. Nobody's even there to make the play. 4th and 20. And, of course, they're going to have to punt right back to Indiana. This might get worse. This might get worse before it gets better. Not only is Indiana playing their best football right now, they have gotten red hot at the right time. I mean, this is the best I've seen Indiana play all season. Here's the punt all the way back from the end zone. Sails all the way to around the 40, still bouncing. It then goes down around the 36. That's where the Hoosiers will start their next drive. Yeah, I have not seen Bama get beat down like this in a long time. Moreover, I haven't seen Kalen DeBoer just get belt to cheeks like this and win forever. Even when Michigan, as talented as their squad was, even when they played Michigan didn't do them like this. Kalen DeBoer is just getting walloped right now. Yeah, Indiana is no doubt a juggernaut right now. No flash in the pan. I think we can all agree on that. And what's crazy about that is, now, think about it like this, okay? This is an Indiana team that's been building their roster mostly from the portal. Think about what happens when Cignetti, now that he's been here for 2 years, builds up his recruits. Think about what that looks like when they've actually got the talent. Dear Lord. Ed Shadowbear, thank you for the 5, says Penn State put up a better fight against Indy than Bama is right now. Took a literal last-second toe tap for Indy to beat us. Yeah, I mean, good teams have bad games. We all know that to be the case. Not saying it was a fluke necessarily, but ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think this is the start of a renaissance in the Big Ten. I don't know how long they'll be around for, but they're going to be around. Indiana's not going anywhere. And if it means that the SEC turns into the Big Ten's hypothetical biatch, I hate it, but it's, for the most part, I do hate it. But if anything to keep Georgia out of winning another natty, I can't think of a worse scenario. Have I told you guys Georgia's the team I hate the most? Have I told you all that yet? I mean, this is insane. Well, here we go. 13-17 left to go. Reaching the end of this ball game here. At this point, they're just playing for something. I don't know what they're playing for. Here's the first play. Handoff, up the gut. Nothing given there. Good stand by Bama. Keelan Black, or Hemby, shut down 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Yeah, this is a beatdown. I don't even think Tulane and James Madison got whatever this is. 2nd and 12, 4-man set for the Hoosiers. Another handoff, directly up the middle. Breaks the first tackle, can't break the second. Good enough for 5 yards. It's gonna be about 3rd down and maybe 7 or 8. Give them 8. So it'll be 3rd and 8. They're gonna chew that clock though. Get some of that time off of there. And here's Mendoza in the backfield with his running back. 4 wide set. Takes the snap on a direct snap. Rolling out of the pocket. Takes a deep shot. He got a man. Yes, he does. Down to the 30. All the way to the 25-yard line. It is getting worse. Omar Cooper beat his man. And he got a bunch of yardage out of that one. It's going to get worse. They're not done. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is getting awful now. I mean, they're just beating them down. What do you hope to do against a team like this? One that's got the elite defense like Miami and Ohio State does, but one that also has an offense with actual versatile weapons. Handoff up the middle, good for 5 yards. They've got the man ball. They're running through this offensive line. They've got a mobile quarterback in Fernando Mendoza who's been running around for his life and making accurate throws. They've got pretty damn good wide receivers who have made clutch plays. Got a great tight end, phenomenal defense, big-time playmakers both up front and in the backfield. What you're looking at is a complete team who knows at every single point what they're doing. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go, 2nd and 5. Handoff, up the middle. Good push, breaks a tackle. Down to the 10, the 5 breaks another tackle. Gone. Just did what Keelan Black did on the drive before. Ramon Hemby broke through everybody. Kirk Cignetti has got a dadgum frown on his face. He's up by 5 touchdowns now, and he's got a frown on his face. What in the hell am I looking at, man? Smile for a minute. You're up by 5 touchdowns over Alabama now. Get a little bit of a happy smile on that face, dude. Holy hell. Dadgum running a genocide route over here. Oh my goodness. Anyway, yeah, another touchdown for Indiana. It's now 38-3. And as I previously said, Kirk Cignetti literally, you look over him to the sideline and he's just sitting there with the same frown on his face. He doesn't even care. James Madison has raised an absolute demon. I don't know what we're gonna do. Oh my goodness. Ay, ay, ay. I gotta get it. I gotta post that on Twitter. That is insane. I mean, I can't believe it. He literally doesn't care. Coach, I just scored an 18-yard touchdown. We're up by 5 touchdowns. So, you think I'll give a shit? Like, come on, dude. It's insane. Indiana's now up by five touchdowns over Alabama, and Cignetti is still over here with a daggum frown on his face. What type of monster have we unleashed? IX Deep One, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, stop Sig, they're already dead. No, he ain't stopping. Not until they've been particleized into basically atoms. He doesn't want a corpse. That's the thing. He doesn't want a corpse. He wants this team to be atomized into literally nothing. Absolutely nothing. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the different leagues principle. Yeah, no, they're yeah, no, it's not looking good for him. And right on cue, Alabama fans are coming in here saying, well, Tennessee isn't good, so, like, yeah, this is completely fine. Brother, y'all are getting blown out by 35 points in your playoff game, and you're worried about what's going on with Tennessee. I can assure you this. There's nothing you can say to me that changes that. Tennessee could be 0-12 right now. You're still getting blown out by 5 touchdowns against Indiana. Nothing you say changes that. Sorry to tell you. Come on, man. Have some pride while you go down at least. Here goes Mack over the middle, complete. First down to Isaiah Horton. It's going to be second down. Or, I think, yeah, no. Going to be first down. Looked like he might have been a yard short. Everyone who picked Bama to win needs to wear clown makeup for the end of the championship. Yeah, I'll be one of them. Thank you, T. Smith, for the 5. First and 10, back to throw. Mack, screen on the sideline. Good for maybe 6 yards. Second down and about 4 coming up. Yeah, you know what? We had the empire. We had the straight up empire in the form of Nick Saban. This is what the first order looks like. Straight up, this is the first order. Second and 4, back to throw. Austin Mack looking. Passes batted up in the air, and oh my goodness. That should have been a pick 6. That absolutely should have been a pick 6. Ay, ay, ay. Elijah Hardy, he had a clear path to the end zone had he caught that interception. Whiffed by a mile. Sharpshooter James, thank you very much for the 5. Says, bro, seriously, someone checking on Matt B. Great and Kangaroo Black. They might be on self-deletion watch. Well, it's not looking great right now, I'll say that much. It's looking real bad. Back to throw. On the sideline, complete. Gets past the 50. First down for the Crimson Tide around midfield. Here we go. First and 10. 9 minutes left to go. Now we're just waiting very patiently for the suffering to end because that's what it is right now. Straight up, this is suffering for Alabama. Back to throw, Austin Mack. Looking. Throws on the outside to a screenplay. Complete. Gets to the line of scrimmage. Maybe a little bit more. He's still working it, trying to get more than a yard. But he won't get there. Daniel Hill. He had 3 Indiana defenders on him as he was going down. King Kakarot, thank you very much for the 10. Says, yes, we all love Bama taking belt to ass. Yeah, I can't lie. I'm getting a pretty good kick out of this. Be better if it was Georgia. but no, this is pretty entertaining, I won't lie. It'd be pretty entertaining either way, no matter who it is, because it's college football at the end of the day, but still, can't lie, this is pretty funny. Here goes Matt, and down. Wow. Literally, he took the snap and instantly got thrown down to the ground. Erased from existence off the bat. Try as you wish, but when you send 6 people on him, Caden Proctor can't defend him. One thing that Indiana is doing that I'm noticing without a doubt that Tennessee lacks is disguise blitzes in the form of having 6 different guys on the line and then taking some in, taking some out. Here's some wildcat trickery, able to get back to the line. It's a screenplay. Gets a run past the 50, still running all the way to the 40. Ryan Williams down around the 30. One of the best plays for Bama so far in the form of a screen to Ryan Williams. Had that wildcat going for you. All right, here's the second Squiddy. Consider it the Squiddy of shame if you're an Alabama fan. So right foot creep. Ooh. 1st and 10 for Alabama all the way around the 32-yard line. Whistles are blown. Looks like Indiana is going to call a timeout. Why? Let them score. Just let them get the points. Let them feel good about themselves. Why? Indiana just called the timeout. They don't care. They just want to brutalize this team as much as they can. And now that's what this is. It's just a brutalization ass beating. Ooh. Ay. I'd be willing to bet money that Ryan Williams hits the transfer portal. I doubt it. I don't know where he'd go. I think he's loyal to Bama. I just don't, because I don't know where he'd go if he actually left. Here we go. 1st and 10. Man moving in motion. 3 wide set for Bama. Might be bringing a blitz here again, and they will. Quick throw to Ryan Williams on the outside, and he's able to get about 5 or 6 yards, maybe pushed out around the 7, or around the point where he gets 7 yards. It'll be 2nd down, and Cignetti's pissed. Good Lord, man. He's pissed. Let him get 7 yards. Got to kick everybody off the team for that one. Second down and 3. 25 yards to go before they get to the goal. 4 wide set. Austin Mack has to throw instantly. And he had a man open, but he drops it. They brought the sun at him on that dump-off pass. And he had his man wide open there, and he just drops it. Kevin Riley. I haven't seen him much of anything before this game, but yeah, now I see why. He got his opportunity right there, and he blew it. Bunch formation here on 3rd down and 3. Mack in the backfield with the running back. Takes the snap. Back to throw on a direct snap. Throws it to the running back on the outside. Daniel Hill is pushed out before he can get back to the line of scrimmage. And we got a 4th down and 4 coming up. Not even a smile. Not even a smile on Cignetti. He just doesn't care. Here it is. 4th down and 4. 3 wide set for Bama. This is pretty much their best chance at scoring. Might be bringing a blitz here. Man moving in motion. Mack takes the snap. Looking for a receiver downfield. No, sir. Ball comes free. Indiana's on it. Either way, it's a turnover on downs. And the Hoosiers have the ball once again. And guess freaking what? Cignetti, not even a little bit of a smirk. Not even a little bit. What are we going to do? What is the college football world going to do against this? I don't know. I have no idea. The beatdown shall continue. They're bringing 19 different people on the edge. And Bama has they have no way to adapt to it. Well, to give you an idea on how bad this beatdown is, that's the end of Fernando Mendoza for this game. The little brother has come in. The other Mendoza has come in. He is subbed in for the Crimson Tide, or for the Hoosiers. It'd be great if he subbed in for the Crimson Tide. Then maybe they could score. But yeah, little Mendoza. Now he's gonna get something on the board. Mendoza's had himself a legacy day, and thank goodness too, making me look good. Thank you, Mendoza. Thank you. By the way, if anybody ever says anything bad about the way he looks, make sure to ban him. Here's a run play. Trying to run. Getting a little bit of yardage out of that. Maybe 3 yards, if that. The humiliation shall continue. Third down and 4, under 5 minutes left to go. We're just waiting for the humiliation ritual to end at this point. Man moving in motion. Bama might be bringing a disguise blitz. They've got a 4-wide set. Takes the snap. Mendoza back to throw. Little Mendoza runs out of the pocket trying to get the first down for himself, and he will. First down, gets out of bounds around the 43-yard line. The drive shall continue. God, if little Mendoza manages to score on Bama, holy crap. That literally means Indiana's backups outplayed Alabama's first string. Ay, ay, ay. Golly, this is just a massacre. Here's 1st and 10. Mendoza, little Mendoza, hands it off. No, he takes it for himself. Goes down after maybe a yard gained right there. Third or a second down coming up after maybe a yard. What a whooping this is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They might let little Mendoza. They might let little Mendoza be the starter after Big Mendoza goes on to the draft. We'll see what he can do here. He's got his chance to make a name for himself. 2nd and 9. Man moving in motion. It's going to be a handoff on the outside. Got some blockers. Good protection. Running. Gets all the way to around the 49-yard line before being taken out. So about a 4-yard gain. We're looking at a 3rd and 5 coming up for the Hoosiers. Sweet home Alabama. Let's go blue. Sweet home Alabama. Hello, I'm coming home to you. 3rd down and 5. Here's the handoff up the middle. Nothing given on that one. 4th down. That's the first time since the 4th quarter they actually got a stop on Indiana. That'll wrap it up. Well, that'll take it to the 2-minute warning. We got 2 minutes left before this humiliation beatdown ritual is finally over. There's a lineman down for the Crimson Tide. He's holding on to his stomach. I don't know what that's about, but I hope he's okay. Why is your stream like an entire minute ahead of my TV? I don't have a clue there. If it's behind, I know why, because you're watching it from a stream, which I'm watching it from a TV, so naturally it's behind. But ahead, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, Indiana straight up said F the bye week curse. It don't matter to us. We're just that much built different. Teron Jones, thank you very much for the 2, says, as a Sam Houston student, G6 teams do belong. Yeah, I mean, In regards to the playoffs, I mean, that is the entire reason we have a 12-team playoff to begin with, is because we wanted to give the little guys a chance. I think we should leave it that way, but I don't know how it'll stick. Because they say this entire thing is for money, but them taking that option away from the G5 is aggressively taking away money from all the G5 programs. The NCAA, ESPN, anybody else involved in it would be losing money if that went through. How much you want to bet Bama is still ranked top 10 in the preseason next year? If they get a good quarterback out of the portal, they probably will be ranked in the top 10. I can't remember the last time they weren't ranked in the top 10. At this point, Bama needs the 7th Floor Crew song. No, unfortunately not. No 7th Floor Crew again until Miami either wins or loses. Next. Did all the basketball programs siphon the football postseason talent to get their record bids? Hell if I know, but whatever they did, it turned out to be a good thing. Truxima, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Says, this is an anime level beatdown. We just need the sentimental flashback montage of when Alabama won titles to seal the deal. Yeah. They need to be reminded of the times that they actually meant something in the college football world. Which they do. They mean a little bit of something now, but nowhere near. They don't have anywhere near what they had before. At this point, they're basically just passing the baton to Indiana because it looks like they could become the big dynasty now. Well, here it is. It's less about the depth, because the depth does matter, but it's a mix of talent, depth, coaching, all of it together. That's how you create a really, really good team. An elite team. Well, good Lord. That was their chance. Indiana was right about the punt, but then Alabama, guess what they do? Oh, jumps off sides. Yes, they do. Indiana first down. The humiliation ritual isn't over just yet. We have to see it some more. Ay, ay, ay. Give them a break. Yeah, this is a whooping. I mean, Ohio State beat Oregon down quicker, but it wasn't like this. Well, they're going to just go ahead and rest their guys. They're not going to bother with it, and I can't blame them. You've made your point, Signetti. You've absolutely made your point. So just go ahead and take it to the end of the game, why don't you? Wow. Well, I'm going to admit, you guys, I did not see this coming. Colby Eyes, thank you very much for the 5, says, I have to admit, Bama got belt to ass as an Alabama fan since before the Saban years. Yeah, this was a beatdown, no doubt. Tough luck there for Bama. You'll be back next year. No doubt of that in my mind. There's another knee. The story here, to me, it's fun making fun of Alabama for losing. But the story here is less about Alabama and how bad they got beat down, and more about Indiana and how good they look. Because let's be honest here, this team, this is your title. This is your favorite for the national title this year. And the way it looks, I don't see anyone coming close. Miami maybe, but my goodness. Here's the final knee to seal the deal. And that'll do it. There's your finale, everybody. The game is over. The Rose Bowl comes to a close with Indiana putting belt-to-ass absolute destruction all over Alabama. The Hoosiers will move on to play in the semifinals against Oregon in a rematch to go on to the national championship. And finally, after the entire game, there's a smirk on Kirk Cignetti's face. If nothing else, we've got that. Sweet home Alabama.
Alabama.
Truxama, thank you very much for the 5. Says, if this was me in CFB 26, I'm sorry, but I'm running verticals in my backups just to drive home the point. No, the point's been made. The point has absolutely been made. There's nothing they get out of running up the score past that point. Other than risking an injury, there's nothing you're doing other than just preventing the inevitable. By the way, I just want to remind everybody, this is Indiana's first bowl win since 1991. It has been, think about this for a second, it has been over 30 years since Indiana won a bowl game. And not only did they win a bowl game today, they just won the dadgum Rose Bowl and are heading on to the College Football Playoff semifinals to have a chance to play in the national freaking championship. Holy shit. What the hell kind of current year are we living in, huh? Ay. All right. Tiger Mania, thank you very much for the 2. Says, as an LSU fan, I have one thing to say. I agree with you on that one, buddy. Never a bad day to see Alabama lose a football game, I'll tell you that much. But this wasn't even a loss. This was just outright obliteration. Dude, this was probably worse than what Clemson did to them back in 2018. This was probably worse than what they got in the Natty that year. I've never seen Bama just get outright beat down like that. As long as I've lived, as long as I've been a football fan, I've never seen Alabama just get spanked from start to finish like that. And that's exactly what happened. Holy hell, man. Don't get me wrong, though. It's very entertaining. Cannot deny that. By the way, you're streaming the Sugar Bowl? Unfortunately not. No, I will not be live for the Sugar Bowl. I've got to work on these Get Out videos. Because now I've got that to make. I've got to tell Texas Tech to get out first. Then I got to tell Bama to get out. And then I get to do it to either the loser of Georgia or Ole Miss. So that's going to be great. I'm going to be busy. Yeah, it looks to me like Bama just passed the baton to the Hoosiers for the new dynasty to rule above them all. And it looks like the SEC itself is passing the baton to the Big Ten for the conference to rule above them all. Because right now the Big Ten is leagues and bounds ahead of most other conferences. Let's be honest here, they just are. The Big Ten right now is the best conference. If you disagree with that, then you're just arguing with a wall. Yeah, Fernando Mendoza. Great guy. Great looking guy, too. And a hell of a talent. All that remains true. Ay. I can't believe they got beat down that bad. Because I haven't seen that any before. I mean, like, again, I've seen Bama lose. We've all seen Bama lose. But that was a whooping. Anyway, like I said, Indiana has, of course, won the Rose Bowl. They'll be moving on to play against the Duckies in the Peach Bowl. Winner of that game moves on to play in the national championship game against the winner of Miami versus whoever wins this bowl game we're about to see, the Sugar Bowl. Alabama hadn't lost a game by 30-plus points since 1998. Hey! Feels like 98, yeah! Oh, yeah. Woo! Yay! Make me feel good about myself, why don't you?
This is college football at its absolute best.
There it is. Notice the contrast between Mendoza and Pavia's attitudes. Yeah, that's why one won the Heisman over the other. Guarantee you, if Pavia had won the Heisman, Mendoza would be sportsmanlike about it. He would have said, "We'll go into the playoffs and prove that like why I deserved it or whatever." He'll give that traditional speak, but no, he won't be up with middle fingers in the air at parties saying F Vanderbilt and all that stupid crap. He wouldn't be doing any of that. But all that to say, I mean, what a performance by Indiana. That team right there, I don't know. I don't really know how anybody is able to compete with that. I really don't. Who is winning that? Who is winning against that? I really don't know. But I mean, that's absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like that before. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, I know that was I don't really see to me I don't really see how like Bama will be back. We know they will be. They've got too much talent not to be, but it's going to be a long road after that one. That's one of those where you've got to just rethink everything around your program because that was bad. Truxima, thank you very much for the 5, says, I just realized Bama beat the hell out of the team that sent the Sooners to the Shadow Realm. Looks like or Indiana beat the hell out of the team that sent the Sooners to the Shadow Realm. Looks like I've got a secondary team to root for. Bandwagon ass. Thank you very much for the super chat, brother. Appreciate it. Signetti doesn't even look like he wants to be there. They're showing the ceremony. They're showing the ceremony. Reese Davis is standing up there with the trophy, and he literally looks like he couldn't care less about where he is. It looks like he just wants to go home. He took care of business. Now he wants to just wipe everybody. He wants to go get ready for the next one. They're going to be on the field practicing in 30 minutes. Bama may be in a worse spot than Tennessee at this point. No, Bama, they all they need is a couple of portal maneuvers, maybe a coach gone, and they'll be fine. They're way better off than Tennessee right now. Not even close. 5 of Indiana's wins are more than 30 points. Yeah, no, they're. What can you say? They're really good. They need to rename the Rose Bowl to the Funeral Bowl because they put Bama under the stadium. Yeah, no, really. Buried him in a bunch of roses. Buried him in a bunch of crimson roses, that's for sure. God, I still can't believe that. I mean, that was a beatdown. Is this the best team of the 2020s? Well, if we're not including 2019 LSU, you might be onto something there. I think that this team's got an argument. Nathan Tucker, appreciate the 2, says it's time for the laughter party to laugh at Alabama. You know what? You're right. Well, Alabama lost a football game. We need to fire all the coaches. Every single coach need to go. Fire Caleb DeBoer. Hell yeah, man. We got to fire Caleb DeBoer. He got to go. He ain't no good. Terrible head coach. Wait, what? We need to bring back Bear Bryant and Nick Saban. Bear Bryant and Nick Saban, they're going to save Alabama football. They're going to save Alabama football. I'm going to go watch my NASCAR with my cousin. You go watch both of them. I I got one mouth right here, and then one in the back of my neck. Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what. Crips Ty gonna be back next year. And we're gonna be a whole lot better than we were this year. We're gonna be a lot better. We're gonna go like 18-0. This team they can go 17-0. You ain't ever seen 18-0. That's what we gonna do. Yeah. We're gonna be 18-0. Big Ten ain't it. This team didn't have to go through the grind of the SEC. Just wait till Indiana goes to the SEC and they gotta go through the grind that we did. Yeah, baby. They gonna have to go through the grind. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Yeah. I got work on that one to do, for sure. What a game, huh? What a game. That was no doubt a sleep fest. I'm going to say that for certain. Have the Alabama fans come in here yet to cope with the Tennessee talk yet, or are we waiting on that? Because just a reminder, I mean, Tennessee could have lost by 100 to Illinois, and you still got beat down in the Rose Bowl. I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing you can say to change that fact. All of those are facts. I don't know what to tell you. Kirk smiled the most when the offensive lineman got the MVP. Good for him, man. Good for him. I'm glad he had a smile on his face. He needs it. At this point, I see Indiana versus Georgia in the national championship. Very well could be. But Georgia's going to have a battle against them if they win tonight. They're going to have to play the Canes. And Miami, I don't know if Georgia's offensive line is going to be able to hold off Miami's D-line, but we'll see. Is Cignetti Saban 2.0? Well, what he's done to Indiana has no doubt been insane. If he keeps this up, which he will probably, then yes, he very well could be Saban. Because we're seeing this with a team that he built mostly from the transfer portal. Most of this team that you're watching right now is a team built out of the transfer portal. Wait until a couple of years from now when Cignetti has a team that he built through recruiting. Wait until you see that. And then we'll know. These Bama ain't winning another title. Not Bama, not Ohio State. Georgia, if they lose today, we are going to have a team. We're going to have a playoff of underdogs. We're going to have glorious semifinal matches. Miami and Ole Miss, Indiana, Oregon. That is going to be two incredibly fun games to watch. But yeah, right now Cignetti, he doesn't have much competition. Ruben Bain, the Mouse, and Dan Lanning. That's all there is by this point. Unless Trinidad Chambliss turns into the god of Oxford or something like that. But I guess we'll find out in due time. Cignetti just unlocked platinum pipelines in Indiana for sure. Oh, for definitely. That recruiting class is going to spike up. They're already in the top 30 in recruiting. Dude just unlocked Program Builder and a CFB 26 save. No, unfortunately not. He has not unlocked that yet. You need 5 playoff wins in order to unlock that. This is his first one. Where Bama went wrong and where things really went south for them was right after they decided to go for it at 4th down at their own 30. To me, that ended up being the killer. To me, that was the killing blow for him. And then you let Indiana go up 17-0. That was the blow that did them in my opinion. Well, now we get to see Trinidad Chambliss once again up against the Georgia defense. Well, only one of these teams can dare go all the way. So Indiana versus Oregon in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Georgia battling in the Sugar Bowl. If they can win that game, they'll face off against the Canes in the Fiesta Bowl. We'll see how it goes. As a Buckeye fan, I'm happy for Miami. They deserve it. You think Ole Miss's coaching change is going to give them a chance? Not much more of a chance than they otherwise would have had with Lane Kiffin. To me, I don't really think it makes much of a difference. Not right now. Long term, that coaching change will make a difference, but right now in this game, not really. It really doesn't do them any. It really doesn't change things. Oh yeah, no, that's the Kansas State Chris Kleeman way. Going forward on 4th down at your own 30. Season started with them doing that stupid crap. I guess the season's going to come to a close with it too. Ay, ay, ay. It's still a little surreal to me that we just saw that beat down in real time. As a Bama fan, it could be worse. We could be like Clemson and not know what the heck we're going to do. Yeah, no, you're in a good position right now. Kalen DeBoer has got you guys. This is a better year for Alabama than last year. You guys went 9-4 last year. Didn't even make the playoffs. Got beat by Michigan in the bowl game. You won in the first round playoffs. You made it past Oklahoma. This is a team that's probably going to do this to a lot of people. They've done it to a lot of people, and they're not done. They could do this against Oregon next week for all we know. We have no clue. But what we do know is that this team is absolutely elite. Bama lost to an elite team. There's little shame in that. As fun as it is to troll y'all about it, there's little shame in losing to a team as good as Indiana. We'll see what they do next week, though. We'll know for a fact. Bama is in a good position, though. They're better off than like Clemson, Penn State, some of these other conference contenders, or at least former conference contenders. If Mendoza plays like that on Sundays, Raiders are about to have a dynasty. Oh, well, I don't know about that, but they will be in a good position. How do we feel about Chambliss? I've got him rushing 40 plus and Ole Miss over 19.5. Yeah, I think Ole Miss will score more than that today. But yeah, what a game. What a game for Indiana, at least. What a game for them. That's it. Bama's going to stay competitive for a long time, but their Nick Saban days are long gone. Yeah, no, that's where they stand right now. Because the Bama team that we knew from the Nick Saban days wouldn't have gone into Tallahassee at the start of the year and lost to Florida State. And if they did, because they still could have done that, the team that you would have saw throughout the entire rest of the season would have been nothing like that. And to be fair, they adapted well. I mean, after that game, Bama turned into a different team. To bounce back after losing to a terrible Florida State team like that, I mean, all the power to them. Beat up pretty much all the SEC competition, beat Georgia on the road, may have lost to them in the SEC championship, but This was a better year for Alabama than last year. I think we could all agree on that. Sugar Bowl getting ready to come underway. And Georgia has terrible luck in this bowl game. They can undo the chaos by winning in this one. Make themselves feel better about it. Georgia and Ole Miss. Still it's a little surreal seeing Ole Miss in the playoffs. Say that much for sure. Alabama.
Alabama.
Doesn't mean Florida State can beat Indiana. Anybody can beat anybody on a given day. The chances are less likely, but it could happen. Saban would have had them consistently getting better over the season, but they ended up regressing to a point of getting blown out. However, they definitely aren't a dead program by any means. No. Bama's in a much better position than most teams in their spot right now. So they'll be fine. Doesn't mean I won't clown on them. Doesn't mean the fans aren't going to clown on them. Doesn't mean it's all sunshine and rainbows. I know that for a fact. But they're far from the worst. Anyway, the SEC sucks. The SEC is pretty bad right now. Literally the only hope for the SEC now is whoever wins the Ole Miss Georgia game. Whoever wins the Sugar Bowl, that's the only hope for the different leagues conference. Ay, ay, ay. What a timeline we're living in, huh? All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, you guys. Better bounce out, skedaddle, and out of here, get to work on these videos. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. For those of you on the members only channel, keep tabs on stuff. I might be uploading a video tonight for the members only. But I will be also working on the Get Out videos. Texas Tech's first, Bama's up next, and then probably expect the Sugar Bowl loser to get theirs either late tonight or more than likely tomorrow afternoon. So there you go. That's going to do it for me over here. You guys are all awesome people. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Great stream tonight. Phenomenal stream. Had a lot of people in here. Over 200 at one point. I greatly appreciate all the support you guys have given to this channel. Start of a new year here on Squidtard Sports. You best guarantee I'll be ready to give you guys a hell of a lot of good content this year. The goal is to hit 50K before the end of 2026, and I believe that we can achieve it and then some. So, because this is the best fan base here on the YouTubes. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to the future. I'm going to go ahead and get started here on these videos, and then I'm going to probably go to sleep. It's been a very hectic last 3 days, I'll tell you what. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you all again for tuning in, though. Greatly appreciate all the love and support you guys have given to this channel. And, yeah, we'll see you guys on the FBS Report. A very, very hectic episode of the FBS Report on Monday. Next Monday. I probably won't be live Saturday. But, yeah, you know, I'll probably be done with the live streams for this week. We'll see. What bowl games are there coming up? Because that is important. What bowl games are there coming up? Because I know we have some bowls remaining. We're not done with those. Are there any tomorrow? Okay, so all the rest of the bowl games are tomorrow. Duke's Mayo Bowl at 8 p.m. The Holiday Bowl at 8 p.m. Liberty Bowl. I don't know what I'll do tomorrow. Doubt I'll be live. I'm gonna say I probably won't be live for that. I'll probably be in the middle of working on stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. I am going to get to work on these videos for you guys, and that's gonna be it for me. Thank you all again so much for tuning in. Greatly appreciate y'all. Love each and every one of y'all. And we'll check with you next week. As always, remember this. Power to Tardaria and Kirk Signetti. Thank you for beating Alabama. I'll see you all next week or next year. See you all next year when we get a real defense. Roll Tide. Roll Tide, man. Roll Tide. Go Tide, man. High Tide. Roll Tide. Roll out. Get it? 'Cause roll out? Okay. See y'all. See y'all next week.
Alabama!